Hotep, 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 ETM Hotep, which means welcome in peace. You are tuned into the Seshu Mahani Metal Netcher channel, shortened to the Seshu. So peace. Um, this is your brother Wujao, by the way. Reni Wujao Menib Edi Ma'at. And yes, coming to you live. All right. So I don't want to take too much time. I decided now you all know that during the weekday, um, if I drop, if I pull up on everyone, I usually do it later than late at night, and some people have contacted me and asked me if I can come on earlier and things, but they understand that people got to do their day to day, and so I'm trying to come on a little earlier right now, for that reason, and then another reason is as I finish out my day, I get in and I was inboxed earlier by a brother who actually inspired me to go live right now, which is why I'm live. And as a matter of fact, I need to send that brother the link that out to let him know I'm live. But anyway, so I'm going to share his message to me and his questions. He basically messaged me and asked me some questions, but the way he asked the questions and what the questions were, I feel that it is a really good way to try to simplify the latest conversations. So the brother apparently has been watching a lot of the videos on the conversations lately, and he was expressing that he's confused, and so he wants me to break it down or simplify things. But I'm going to share his message. But let me just give me a moment, you all. Shout out to everyone. Appreciate anybody who's tuned in. If you enjoyed content on the channel, well, number one, take time to watch the content on the channel. And I know a lot of our videos may be long or over 2 hours. I'm trying to do my best to keep it under 2 hours. And even this video here, I'm maybe even be shorter than that. But still, check out the archives, scan through them, scrub through them, find things of your interest, and build on it. Give some commentary, give some comments, give some feedback, ask questions, do all of that. You can write your comments beneath the video, or directly email me or inbox me on Facebook. My name is Wujao on Facebook. I think my name is unique enough to where if you type it in and if you see Wujao, it's most likely it's going to be me. I don't know anybody else that has my name. I know some people that have something close, but not my name itself. So just give me a moment. I want to let this brother know I'm live. I told him, he asked me to do this next time I go live, and of course he didn't know when I was going to do that. All right, so give me 1 second here. All right. So and thumb up the video, thumb up all the videos. Even if you don't have time to watch them all, just go through our archive, and even if you just like the title, just go through our archive and thumb up the videos. All right, because thumbing up the videos, it doesn't cost people anything, but it those likes or thumb ups, they add up and they influence the YouTube search algorithms and exposure algorithms and things from what I hear. I haven't looked too deep into that, so maybe there's people out there that can give me the 411 on all of that good stuff. But to my knowledge, those likes add up to the and influence those things, so people can find it, especially people who search for keywords and things like that. All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and dive in, and I hope the brother does tune in. But nevertheless, this is being recorded. It's gonna be in the archives. So just felt it's fair to inform the brother that I'm live. So yeah, shout out. So I see. Let me just address the chat. We got Tahuti Wasamat Ra Saneferu, Hotep, Marlon Hotep, Donnie Williams, Hotepu, Anusha Hotep, peace. Tamika One, Hotep. And so far that's all I can see in the chat. But if you're in the chat, type me a shout out real quick so I can, I just want to acknowledge everybody. I like the engagement. I like the laid back, chill vibe of engagement where we can kind of kick back and learn some things, all right, and reason some things out, put on the critical thinking caps, and think things through, all right. So I see we have Desharab, peace. Infinite Minds, Hotep. All right, Ruwan Fall. Oh, we have Aziz, brother Aziz, in the house. Hotep, peace. All right, so I'm gonna keep it moving, and I'm gonna glance at the chat as often as I can. I'm, usually, as you all know, when I share something or make my screen big and whatnot, I don't watch the chat, and plus I don't want to get too distracted if I'm in the middle of making a point. We have New University TV, peace. All right. Yeah, and my co-host Emiket is not currently with me. I'm here solo right now, and she may be joining us a little later. All right. For those of you who come for y'all get tired of me and you all want to hear from Emiket, sorry to disappoint you right now, but she may join us a little later on. All right. And co-host. All right. So let me just jump in. But listen, I want y'all to do this though. Put your thinking caps on and get your pen and pad. As I always say, get your pen and pad, and you may be able to learn something, take some notes, and ask questions. All right, ask questions. We have Sister Safa in the house. Hotep. All right, so we are going to learn something tonight, but I'm telling you, I didn't intend to go live tonight, but this is what inspired me. So let me have to clear the chat off the screen, and I want to share with you all this message from earlier. Where is it? I'm here talking about the message and don't even have access to it. Here we are. Okay, so I just to share it with you all, I took a screenshot of it so I could just read it, so you all can read it with me instead of me just looking at it and reading it. And like I said, I hope the brother is in the chat. So brother, if you're in the chat, let us know. Let me know. Because this whole live is inspired by what you sent me right here. All right, so I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it in full, and then so tonight's show is dedicated to this brother's in response to this brother's questions. Okay, and I think it's good. So he starts off. So yeah, he sent this about 5. See, I'm on the East Coast, so he sent this earlier today. And like I said, I checked it out when I got in, and voila, here I am. So I didn't prepare anything beforehand to address this, but I think we're all good. I pretty much stay ready. I just can't be long tonight. Okay, so anyway, he says, confusion. I'm trying to follow the latest conversations on YouTube on Black in Egypt, and I'm confused. I've been watching the videos since the video by Chief X on Egyptians not black. So that means he's been watching it for he's been keeping up with him for a while. I watched your videos. Okay, something just happened to my computer. I need a favor from you all. If you all could let me know that you could still hear me, I would greatly appreciate that. I don't want to keep going if I'm sitting here talking to myself. So if anyone in the chat can do me that service and just let me know if you can still hear me loud and clear, I'd appreciate that. Yes, yes, yes. I know it's a delay, so if the first person that lets me know, then I'm gonna keep it going. Keep it going. Yeah, the computer. Okay, loud and clear. All right, appreciate that, Infinite Minds. My computer switched over to dark mode on its own, and everything paused for a second. All right, just want to make sure. All right, so where was I? Um, and you all know, I know you all can't see my cursor, so I always use this arrow to let you all know where I'm at and what I'm looking at and focused on. So he says, I watched your videos on the Sesh, and it helped to clear up lots of things, but the recent videos on Garfield, Pseudo Killer, Smash Rockwell, and Seshu are all confusing. I have to filter through the craziness, but it's still hard to follow. I don't think everyone is really listening to each other's point and too busy trying not to come off as insignificant. Wait a minute, let me read that again. I have to filter through the craziness, but it's still hard to follow. I don't think everyone is really listening to each other's point and too busy trying not to come off as insignificant. I don't think anyone teaches the information as clear as you, Asari Motep, and Sanjeti. Um, but I'm confused now. Smash Rockwell did a video on the Egyptians calling themselves black. I wasn't sure if he's trying to say they called themselves black like we do today or something else. Seems so. So I ask you, is that true? Did the Egyptians call themselves black like we call ourselves black today? I saw the list of people with the word Kim in their name. Does the word Kim mean black? If so, is the word Kim being used in their name to describe his physical appearance? If so, then why isn't he painted black? If not, what is it for? Please answer these questions whenever you do another video. Make it simple, Hotep. And then he says, by the way, I haven't watched your last video yet, so don't worry about my questions if you already went over this. I plan to watch it tonight. Yeah, so I'm not even sure if the brother is available to even watch. So if you are, let us know in the chat. Um, but if you're not, this is archive, and so shout out to you, brother, for sending me this, and I'm gonna be as simplified as I possibly can to address what you said. All right, so this one's dedicated to you, and everyone else should be able to learn from it. All right. So what do y'all think in the chat right now? What do y'all think about? What do y'all think about it? Is this good enough to do any of y'all in the chat share this brother's sentiment? Let me start there. Do any of y'all in the chat share this brother's sentiment? Do you feel the same way? Do you have the same questions? Because I wanna get some live, some real time interaction as well. Y'all have to feed me some energy. Because I'm closing out my day, and before I break down, I wanted to address this because this is good. I don't, you all know what I advocate. So you all let me know. Do any of y'all in the chat? Shout out to everybody in the chat. I got 21 people watching right now. Shout out to everyone. Make sure you donate your thumb up donation as well. But let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know if you feel the same sentiments. I'm trying to feel everybody out. All right. So I see we have Five Lightentis in the house. We got Sheffrin. Oh, Sheffrin said we live everywhere. Okay, that must mean everybody live. Yeah, Sheffrin, I'm going live. I gotta go live when I can, man. I'm finishing out my day, and I was inspired by this brother's question that you see on the screen to go live now. So, you know, I normally if I see other people live, I normally don't go live because I don't want to, because a lot of us share the same audience. Like we have overlapping audiences, and I don't and it's not in the best interest to kind of split the audiences and things like that in real time. So I try not, but I got to get it in when I can right now for today. Philaitis says, figure out why the name Lord. Okay, I don't want to veer off from the brother's question. All I want to know from you all right now is, um, if anybody in the chat right now, do you all have the same sentiments as or questions as this brother's question? You know, because I gotta feel some feedback. I gotta feel some energy because like I said, I didn't plan or prepare a response to this brother. I actually just saw it maybe not too long ago. All right. Maybe not too long ago. But shout out to everybody. All right, so let me oh, Sheffrin said when he showed Ptolemy is black. Yeah, see, people miss that, but I'm telling you, Sheffrin, a lot of things people may miss, man. So I don't mind going over things, um, up to 3 times. I think 3 times is my limit. That's my new rule. I'll go over things up to 3 times, and then that's it. Cause I mean, we got to keep it moving, y'all. All right, so I don't want to, I'm trying to just talk. I know y'all don't want to hear me just talk to talk. So let's get into it. I was trying to find out who's okay. So New University said that's his sentiments exactly. All right, peace to Robert Rand. Um, oh, Teddy said he don't feel like that. The brother in the post. Okay. Um, Infinite Minds. What are you saying? He's saying, yeah, it is a little confusing, especially not being versed in language. Okay. All right. Well, if you're confused or not, let's get in because I think answering his questions will be great. All right. So I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm not gonna get too complicated, unless I have to, but I won't be able to tonight. And I don't want to. I'm not a person to cry wolf, so I don't want to waste a live and not really answer these questions. Okay, so let's start. So number one, all right, I see the brother is confused, right? And that's what I despise. I hate confusion. I don't want to be I don't want to participate in any confusion. I don't want to cause confusion. That is the opposite of my aim and my goal all the time. So when it happens, it gets under my skin. I don't like it. Even when I'm not a part of it, I just don't like confusion. I don't like misunderstanding. I don't like miscommunications. I don't like I don't even like people arguing because of a misunderstanding. I rather watch people argue for real argument's sake, like real disagreements. Because I listen to people argue, and as a bystander, as a third party to listen to an argument, sometimes I don't know. You all probably heard be in a situation too where you'll hear two people arguing, and you're not part of the argument at all, but you're listening, and you realize you're like, wait a minute, both y'all actually agree, both y'all are actually saying the same thing, but don't even know. And then you feel compelled to step in and be like, y'all need to cut that out. Y'all know y'all saying the same thing. Well, that's me. That's me all day, every day. That's me all day, every day. So all right, so let's go to his first question. So obviously he said been watching the video since Chief X. Now, let me come up front and give you all my stance on all of this. Let me put a whole umbrella on this whole conversation. And I've said this before. I think the entire conversations, all the way going back from when Chief X resurfaced it, because this is an old conversation. Chief X is the cause of the resurfacing of these conversations. I will put blame on him. From him up until even right now, I think all of it is silly. That is my honest opinion about it. And I have my reasons, and I give my reasons all the time. I think it's a zombie topic because it refuses to die, which is what a zombie is. And I think these topics, or it's, in its umbrella, it's retarded, meaning that it holds us back from making better progress, getting to know, the accomplishments, the genius of these different cultures and things like that. So that's my stance. That's my official stance. Completely. I've been consistent with that, and I've been unapologetic about that. So my participation in these conversations, is my intent is to only clarify and to try to push the needle forward, try to push people forward to get past it. All right. So anyway, that's the whole Chief X thing. Um, so he said he watches videos on the different channels and he's confused. Okay. Um, okay. So he says Smash Rockwell did a video on the Egyptians calling themselves black. And yep, he said, I wasn't sure if he's trying to say that they call themselves black like we do today or something else seems so. So I asked you, so here's his question to me. Is that true? Did the ancient Egyptians call themselves black like we call ourselves black today? All right, so we're going to start there. That's where we're going to start. The short and skinny answer, because I like to give a concise answer first and then elaborate. The answer is no. The ancient Egyptians did not call themselves black in their day the way and reason why we call ourselves black. So the answer is emphatically no. No, period. No. All right, I can't be more direct and very simple than that. But now let me elaborate a little bit. And most people know this already. And those who know, you need to speak up and say something. The ancient Egyptians, or in ancient Egyptians' time, in that era of time, we're talking about the 3rd millennium BCE, 4th, 3rd, 2nd millenniums BCE. They, like all human populations, we have this innate natural drive to categorize and organize things based on two things: what things have in common versus what things do not have, what things don't have in common. Okay? So we look at commonalities and then we group things based on that. And then things that are different, we obviously don't include in certain groups. That is an ontological endeavor. All right? That is basic ontology, which is the categorization of existence. That's a people's world view. We do that as humans. That's not something that's special to any group of humans. That's all humans. All right? So I say that to say that, of course, the ancient Egyptians grouped things, everything. They grouped everything like we do today. It's no different. They group things. And so this grouping is, when it comes to grouping human beings, humans are grouped and put in certain groups based on certain criteria. Today's criteria for our grouping, which is based around and rooted in the modern social construct of race, it comes with rules. If you fit into this criteria, you're going to be included in a category called black or white or Pacific Islander or red or yellow, because the racial classifications were at one point associated with colors. All right. So now, so let me just stay on that point for a second. So the racial classification system that we're familiar with and we use in our everyday life today did not exist in ancient times. It did not exist in ancient times. We call ourselves black today, or others call us black today, not trying to describe us or any physical attachment to the literal color black, but they do so in an associative manner where they take colors and they use these colors to group classes or categories of people. So today's colors, black and white, nobody is literally white and nobody is literally black. But these terms are used to label categories based on certain criteria. And all I'm saying, to keep it simple, is that the way we do it today is not how they did it in ancient times. Period. Now, the ancient peoples of antiquity and in ancient times, they definitely grouped people. They saw differences and lumped groups of people, in categories. Of course, they did that, but the criterias on why they did it and how they did it was different from ours. All right, was different from ours. So, what's the difference, Wujao? Well, the main difference, or some main differences, are um, absent today, but it was present back in ancient times, is language. So language was a big, big, big criteria. If you spoke the same language, if you saw a group of people speaking and communicating with each other in the same language, you were tagged as a single group, as a particular group. You were put into a category. So it was language. I'm just gonna name a few. It was language. It was cuisine. Your food supply, your food source, your cuisine, how you fixed it, how you prepared it, and what was a pattern with that. Your weaponry. How did you defend? How did you hunt? How did you acquire your resources and your food? Your dress, and your dress is going to reflect your actual climate and environment and things like that. Um, and your mannerisms, your overall disposition, your character, and things like that. So I'm just naming a few. Those are a few of the criterion for categorizing or lumping people together. Now, once you lump the people together, you got to identify that group. If you put people in a category, now you got to identify the category. So people of ancient times didn't use colors for that. They used more a better system of identifying categories of people. And today we still use it as well, above the level, or excuse me, below the level of race, of our race. And today we call it ethnicity. So we have ethnonyms. We have endonymic ethnonyms and exonymic ethnonyms today. And that may sound like a fancy, fancy words, but it's not. It's simple. Exonymic simply means when an external person, if outsiders name a group of people. Endonymic means the people themselves come up with the name. So X meaning out, endo in. Okay, so exonymic naming goes on, and endonymic naming goes on all the time. But regardless, people are given a name based on their ethnicity today. This is what we call it today. Ancient people did things that way, and then you have this higher identity, more collective identity that today we would call a nationality. All right, so race is different. Race is something different. But the function of race is simply just to categorize people. Okay, so I just want to make all that stuff clear. So I'm saying that to say, to get to round back to the answer. My answer was no, if y'all forgot, because I talked so long. My answer was no to his question. But um, they had, like, we call ourselves black today for our reasons today. You know, the category of black was created and it was put upon us in terms of a hierarchical classification system under this construct, and we've accepted it, and we identify ourselves with it. All right. Now, the history of the modern social construct of race and how it came about is completely different circumstances to anything in ancient times. So the need for the ancient Egyptians to call themselves black, what would be the inspiration? What would be the circumstance? And what would be the need for them to identify themselves as black in terms of a categorical classification? There wasn't one. All right. And they didn't do that. So hopefully that's understood. And what we should never do is to commit anachronisms by projecting our modern ways and constructs and worldviews backwards in time and superimpose it on ancient people. We have to be very, very careful of that. We have to be very, very careful of that. All right, so let me just keep going, and hopefully, I'm addressing the question and elaborating enough where it's just keep it simple. Sometimes I'll talk too much and confuse things because I'm trying to explain too much. But hopefully that was simple. Did the Egyptians? Oh, I saw the list of people with the word Kim in their name. Does the word Kim mean black? All right, so let's stop there. Does the word Kim mean black? Now, let me speak generally first, and then I'll be specific to the Kim he's talking about. Kim, like all languages on the planet, have what we call homonyms, and homonyms consist of homophones and homographs. But in the case of ancient Egyptian, we had to be careful of calling something a homonym or homophone and things like that, because we don't know how these words were historically pronounced. So if you hear anybody say that they have the correct pronunciation from historical times, and they mean that they're pronouncing it like the ancient Egyptians themselves did, you don't drink that Kool-Aid. All right, don't drink that Kool-Aid. All right, what we have today, the way we pronounce these words, is scholarly convention or standards that was set. That's it. Until some tremendous work and dedication is put into recovering the sounds and the phonology of the language. Until that happens, don't let anybody tell you that they have the real pronunciations and things like that. So I say that to say that we got to be careful by saying homophones. So if we say homophones, we're only talking about our modern pronunciations. Okay. So what is a homophone? A homophone is a word that is two or more words that sound alike but have different meanings. All right. And I'm sorry that I'm not like changing my screen and all that. Matter of fact, let me do that because I'll do a lot of talking, and if y'all just staring at the same screen, it gets kind of boring there, right? So I know, and I don't have my camera on or anything like that. And that's what somebody said too. Like, well, y'all, why don't you put your camera on? You used to. You used to. How come you don't do it, man? What's going on? What's going on? So yeah, I'm gonna get into all of that good stuff again. Y'all wait. But anyway, all right. So where was I? I forgot what I was saying. Goodness gracious. Homophones. There we go. So homophones. So we gotta be careful. So a homophone is a word or two or more words that sound alike, hence the word phone, but they mean something different. Homo means same, and phone is sound, right? So different words with the same sound. Now, homographs are words that are written alike, or they look alike, but they have different meaning. All right, because grapho means to write, right? Homo, same, writing. So homographs and homophones exist in all languages, pretty much. Definitely homophones. Now, I'm saying this because KM is two consonants. The ancient Egyptians did not write their vowels. Of course, the language had vowels, because without vowels, you have no speech. Vowels is the voice of a language, from the Latin word vocalis, which means voice. So it had vowels in the spoken language, but they didn't write the vowels. So when we look at Kim, we're just looking at two consonants, Kim. And those two consonants are the same consonants used for many words. And so yes, so now I'm gonna get to the answer to the brother's question. Let me put his question back up. So yes, there is a word Kim that means black, and I'm sure everybody that watch this channel already knows that because we show it on the screen all the time. I'm just not gonna take the time to be pulling all this stuff up. There is a word Kim mean black, but there are also Kim that have other meanings. Okay, have other meanings, and these meanings are distinguished in the writing system usually based on what's called a determinative. All right, but sometimes the determinative in actual writing, in actual in text, are omitted. So the determinatives is a good help, but we can't rely on it full stop. All right, it's not the end all be all by any means. All right. So the answer is yes, there is a word Kim that means black. Now, so more specific, he's talking about the list of people, that he's referring to. They have Kim in their name. Does that Kim, is that the Kim that means black? Is that the Kim that means black? And as I said, when I entered this conversation, this late part of this conversation on the other YouTube streams, I said that black is an acceptable translation for that. And the reason why I say it's an acceptable translation for the Kim in these people's names is because I am leaving it open or encouraging people to understand that even if we translate it as black, be careful of what it actually means though. And there's a difference between what a word is in its form, in its realized form, BLACK, black, than what it means. And I'm gonna give you a very basic modern example. We all know that black is a color. It's a word. It's a word or a color term, right? And we know when we say black, we know what black looks like. Okay, so black for the most part is used adjectively, okay, as an adjective to describe physical properties of something. If I tell you to pick up the black pen, you're gonna look for a pen that is the color black, literally, and the physical appearance of black. And so we use it in that sense a whole lot, right? And that's what we're used to. But we also know that although we do know what black looks like, and although we do know what black is, and that it's a color, that it doesn't function as a color to describe the color physical properties of something. So, for example, if I say that my bank account is in the black, I am not by any means describing my bank account as literally the color black. Okay? No one's going to walk into a bank and pull up my account and then see the color black. Like, that's it. Or when people say, hey, my account is in the red, or whatever the case is. Or when we call people green, yo, man, you're too green. You're going to have to sit this out. You're going to have to train a little bit more. So green is a color term, and we know what green looks like. Red is a color term, and we know what red looks like. Black is a color term, and we know what black looks like. Anybody with eyes, born with eyes, functioning eyes, know all of this. We perceive these colors. But the use of words is way beyond that. And this is why I encourage people to take up a basic level study of semantics and pragmatics. And I can't make people, study this stuff, but it will help you out tremendously in understanding especially when it comes to foreign languages and translations, because translation is a semantic endeavor, and it's not as easy as people think. It's a little more complex there. So, so this is why I say that Kim, it's acceptable to translate it as black, but now what does that mean? And it doesn't mean what does black mean in terms of the color. Of course, we know what black is and we know how it looks. But when somebody says, what does it mean in this sense or in this circumstance? Now we're saying, okay, how is it being used? How is it being used? Because if I wrote on a paper that Chevron L is green, then based on the simple logic, you're gonna think that I'm trying to describe the physical properties or the physical literal physical attributes of Chevron, not knowing that, and that's what the word green means, right? It's a color, right? But I'm not using it that way. And the only way you'll know that is in context. And context is a more complex thing to ascertain. So, when it comes to names all over the globe, scholars and non-scholars alike will tend to leave names untranslated. Here's why. Especially in ancient Egypt, because we're talking about ancient Egypt. Names are often left untranslated. And the reason why is because all names have meaning. Okay? All names have meaning. And they're not used for those meanings. And or put it this way, better yet, they have meaning, but like I said a second ago, meaning is ascertained from context. And names are heavily, heavily abbreviated, especially when it comes to ancient Egypt. Ancient Egyptian names, and you can go throughout the continent in different ethnic groups, groups of people, and it'll be the same thing. Names are heavily condensed statements, heavily condensed circumstantial statements, different types of sentence structures and things, or even phrases. They could be phrases, full sentences, and whatnot, but they're heavily, heavily condensed. And so when it comes to ancient Egypt, not only do we have an issue with the writing system not recording the vowels, but we also have a situation where scribes tended to omit glyphs for the sake of space and the sake of aesthetics. To keep it looking good, they will totally omit a glyph. Or they will rearrange a glyph from a place where it should be and put it somewhere else, all to keep it looking good. We call that metathesis or graphic transposition. Graphic metathesis or graphic transposition, whichever one floats your boat. Where you move a glyph from where it should be to another spot to fill in empty space. And I'm gonna tell you, any name or any word actually that you see with a bird glyph in it and a small glyph next to it is going to be put into this empty space. It'll be tucked right behind the bird or tucked right in front of the bird under the bird's breast. All right. So anyway, back to this. Because names are heavily condensed and glyphs are often omitted, scholars tend to leave the names untranslated because to try to figure out the parsing the grammar or doing a grammatical analysis of these names, you have too many choices to go with, and you can't falsify your choices. You can't settle on one over the other definitively. So what scholars will do, if they go down that route, they will give all the possibilities, or they just won't translate it. And like I said, most scholars will just not translate it because to give all possibilities every single time, whatever, it takes up space if you're trying to write a paper or do a book and stuff, and depends on your intended audience. Okay, so anyway, that's the history. That's a brief little FYI around names. Um, so now I'm gonna show you something. So I'm still talking about this Kim thing. So yes, Kim is translated as black. We know what black is, but how does it function? That's what you have to figure out. Now, my statement, to be clear, and I've been saying this consistently throughout this whole conversation, is that the Kim in these people's names is not being used to describe physical properties. The Kim in their names is not trying to refer to how the individual looks, literally. Period. The Kim or black in his name is being used for other reasons, to denote something else, not his physical, literal physical appearance. All right. Now, to a novice or to somebody who is just now exposed to any of this stuff, that may sound strange. Like, what do you mean, Wujao? What do you mean? If it means black, then why can't it be talking about how the person looks or whatever? Now, and somebody asked me that, not this brother, but somebody asked me that, and so if we look at now, this is how you gotta look for patterns. You gotta actually do some research and investigations. All these people that are having, if they were trying to describe the physical appearance of the person, then the physical appearance would match what you're describing. So I'm gonna give you an example. I don't even know who's still in the chat right now. Let me see. Let me switch over here. Whoever's still in the chat. Who's in the chat? All right, I'm gonna put it on. Who am I put it on? All right, Donnie. I'm gonna use Donnie. I'm gonna use you, Donnie, as my guinea pig, right? So let's say Donnie is on this dating app, right? So Donnie, Donnie is signed up for this dating app. He feel a little lucky and whatnot and everything like that. And Donnie sees this post from this female, this young lady, his age and everything like that, whatever. And they talk to each other. They message each other. It's all just text, No images, no anything. And they vibing like, oh man, okay. You got a head on your shoulders. All right. Oh, we got so many things in common, everything like that. All right. So then you're curious. You're like, well, how does she look? And so you ask her, be like, hey, if you don't mind, can you describe yourself? Now, when you ask somebody to describe themselves, every answer they give you is going to be an attempt to give a physical description. Okay, so you ask the young lady, can you describe yourself? And she says that, hey, I'm 5'5", which is height. So now her size, her height. I'm 5'5". Last time I was on a scale, I weigh about 130 pounds, 135. I think I'm 135 pounds. I'm 5'5". I got shoulder length hair. My hair is black. I got shoulder length black hair. It's natural. I don't perm it. What else? I got a Coke bottle shape. I'm kind of shaped. I hit the gym every now and then. And so what she's doing is she's trying to give you an image by using the word she's using, right? She's trying to give you a visualization of how she looks. And she's doing that by describing herself using whatever word she has to. A bunch of adjectives, a bunch of whatever, right? And so Donnie's like, uh-oh, woo, boy, I done hit the jackpot now. I done hit the jackpot, woo, 5'5", 135, hit the gym, and she already got a head on her shoulder. She's smart. Uh-oh, boy, man. So then you go out on a date. You say, hey, I want to take you out on a date. I want to take you out on a date. And we're going to go to the restaurant and be our first time meeting. That way we meet somewhere neutral and everything like that. And, I don't want you to do the dainty salad thing. So I'm gonna pick this barbecue rib spot, that's real sloppy. So I want to see how you handle sloppy food, and everything like that. So you're gonna go out. So you book this date with her and everything, and she meets you there, and you get there first. So Donnie's sitting at the restaurant. He getting there first. He's nervous a little bit. He's like, man, boy, woo, we out of the jackpot, boy, and I'm hungry too. Okay, okay. So Donnie's sitting there, and then all of a sudden, somebody walks in the door that don't fit the description. So Donnie don't think it's her. He's like, okay, man, boy, she taking a long time. But then she walks over and she says, Donnie? And he's like, yeah, that's me. Oh, hey, I'm so and so. You know, we met on a dating app. And guess what? She's really 4'11", and she weighs 350 pounds, and she got red hair that's down to her stomach and everything, and she has a block body. She don't have a Coke bottle shape. She got a shape like a Lego, like a domino block. What you gonna do, Donnie? What would you do? So I'm using you. You my guinea pig. What would you do? What would you do? I'm gonna see how cool Donnie would be. What would you do if you were in that situation? No, look, knowing Donnie probably be smooth as I don't know. He'd be like, "Oh, okay, hey, nice to meet you, man. Have a seat, boy." But then Donnie probably look at his pocket, be like, "Woo, look like she could eat a lot, boy. Woo, let me get this special menu." Oh, Donnie said he'll burn rubber. Okay, anyway, that was funny, but all right. So check it out. Let's get back to this. So what's my point? My point is, Donnie would be expecting the description to match the visuals. Okay, I'm gonna repeat myself. If the intent of this sister was to describe her physical appearance, then that's what Donnie is gonna expect when he actually sees her physical experience. All right, are y'all getting what I'm saying? If her intent was to describe her physical appearance, then Donnie would be expecting that description should match her actual physical description, her physical appearance. So when it doesn't, Donnie is thrown off, and as he said, he would burn rubber. Okay, so now coming back to these people, Neon Peppy Kim, Happy Kim, and all the Kims within this particular conversation. When we look at their physical representation, the physical representation that we can actually see does not coincide with Kim being black as if it's intended to describe their physical appearance. All right, I want y'all to stay with me on this, okay? Although the word Kim is translated as black, it is not being used in the sense of trying to describe their physical appearance. So we need to rule that out, okay? So we rule in that it's translated as black. We accept that. But now what we rule out is that the black is intended to be a physical description of the individual. It is not. Because we can see the individual and they're not black by physical description. Now let's go. Now that may still be confusing, so I'm gonna help you all out. So, brother, if you watching or when you watch this in the archives, I'm explain a little bit further. Let's come back to us today. Now, here's the question: do we call ourselves black today based on the literal color black? The answer is no, because most black people, if not all black people who call themselves black, are not literally the color black. But as I said before, we know this, and the reason why we still do it is because it doesn't represent color. The denotation or the signified part of the word black is severed. It's removed. The form black, as you hear me say, or spell BLACK, is being repurposed today. We're not using it in the sense of its color when we identify ourselves as black. We're using it in the sense of a category. We are black by category, not black by color. White people are white by category and not white by color. Now, the blurry part of this is the use of color terms is what confuses people, because white people are pale or lighter, and so we associate that whiteness, okay, it's kind of close. And then black people, we call ourselves black, and we're darker. So we try to connect the colorism to the category in a literal way, but that doesn't work, and we shouldn't do that, but we tend to do that by default. Okay? So now, that's important to know, because the Egyptians with Kim in their name that we're talking about, they had no reason. Well, one, they're not using black literally as the color, because they're not literally the color black. We can all agree to that. As a matter of fact, let me do this. And this will give me a chance to kind of change up the screens a bit and stuff like that. This is the figure. This is Neungpepi Kim. Okay. This is also Neungpepi Kim. And let me show you all. This is from his statuary. This is from a statue, but let me also grab. Give me 1 second here. I'm also gonna grab this here. Now this is coming from the wall, so this is not a statue. This is actually a depiction carved and painted. Okay, so in all of these instances, the individual here is not physically painted black in appearance. So black doesn't have a literalness in this sense, and we can all agree with that. Now anybody who disagrees with that, either you're playing, joking, or you may need to get your eyes checked a bit. So his hair is black here. The collar that was once around his neck, you see some dark black there, and so on and so forth. Likewise here, the hair is black. The base that he's standing on is black. All right, those are black. We all agree with that. His skin color is not black. Even in the tomb, the colorization is not black. So I'm saying that to say, and I'm re-emphasizing this, is because black is not used in a literal sense. All right, I think we can get past that. So what is it being used for? So this comes back to the brother's question. If not, then what is the word being used for? So now we already established that the reason why we call ourselves black today is two things. One is not for literalism, because we're not the literal color black today, and that's not why we call ourselves black. And then two, we call ourselves black in a sense of category. The racial construct is a categorical system, okay? And it's a hierarchy with white being on top. Now, I don't want to go down that road to have that conversation tonight, but we all should have the understanding that the modern construct of race, of our use of race, is a categorization system. A system of categories. So we call ourselves black to identify with a category of people. All right? Simple as that. So what need would the ancient Egyptians have to do the same thing we're doing? Where is black used as a category? Because we know it's not dealing with physical appearance, likewise for us. We use it for a category. So they had no category of people like we do that were categorized as black in order to be motivated to call themselves black. in that way. I hope y'all are with me. All right? They didn't have that. Now, so from here, this is what people need to understand and do. Um, Color in every single culture is one of the natural human ways and one of the early evolutionary ways for human beings to categorize things based on colors. And there's a good book that talks about this. And I'm gonna share a couple of resource materials that you all should pick up on this topic and periphery to the topic. All right. Um, this book on the left hand side, this one right here, is called Basic Color Terms: Their Universality and Evolution by Brent Berlin and Paul K. Get this book if you can. It's um it's a good read. Be patient with it, but it's a good read. And just to give you a short and skinny of it, they talk about the human perception, how humans perceive colors, and those color perceptions develop over time, and through evolution, the evolutionary cycle of color perception, and how all human groups on the planet start off with 3 to 4 basic color categories. Even though all human beings, we have eyes, and if we're born healthy, we have fully functional eyes and everything like that, but we document colors and perceive them differently depending on the culture and group of people. So, for example, there are some people on Earth right now that don't have the same colors that we do. We don't distinguish. So, for example, blue and green for some people are the same color, are labeled the same, I should say. Let me say it correctly. Blue, what we call blue and what we call green in some cultures is called a single word. Let me put it that way. They don't make a distinction between blue and green, even though they can see it. They can see the light frequency, and the color of blue, and then the light frequency and the color of green. They can perceive there's a difference there, but they name both of them the same. We don't do that. All right. So anyway, I don't wanna get stuck on that point, but pick up that book. All right. Another book, a good book, is by John Baines, and John Baines is pretty much the go-to guy people go to when it comes to ancient Egyptian art, and things like that, along with others. But in this book, Visual and Written Culture in Ancient Egypt, definitely pick up that book. And I'm saying all this to say, and there's many other books, and I'll share them over time. But colors have been used in figurative ways since the beginning of human existence. All right, and we still use it to this very day. Like I said earlier, I said Sheffrin is green, man, and green is being used for inexperience, freshness. Like you're too fresh, you're too new, so I'm gonna call you green. So green loses its literal denotation of describing physical properties. Now it loses that, but it keeps its form. I'm still saying green, right? But it gains a new connotation, a new meaning. All right. And the only way you'll be able to detect which meaning I mean is by context. So if I call Sheffrin green, I don't mean he looks green. What I mean is that he's inexperienced. He's new. He's fresh. He don't have no experience. Okay? So we could take all colors and do that. And we do it to this very day. Like, oh man, he turning red. He got red, boy. We mean angry. It don't mean he's literally red, even though some people do turn red when they get angry, or they get redder in the face and whatnot. But I hope you all get my point. So anyway, we have to understand that. And so, but that's prevalent in all cultures. So just because we see the word black, let me get back to my man here. Just so y'all can see, let me do this for you all. On here, we see some hieroglyphs here, right? Sesh, Medew, Netcher. And we see that he's the overseer. So we have Emi Ra, And then we have BT, Ketan BT, which is the overseer of the treasury of the king or the royal treasury, and he is Samir Wati, which is the sole companion of the king. And all these different, epithets or titles or what have you is written here. But the point, the pertinent point that I'm gonna show you all is the name here. In the Shanu, you see the name Pepi, right? Pepi. Then you have Ni, Unk, and then Kim. So that where my arrow is right there is the famous glyph that some scholars will say it's a crocodile tail, and some scholars say that it is the foot, and then some scholars will say it's a piece of charcoal. And the verdict is still out on that in terms of people arguing. I haven't dipped my toes in those arguments to know where they at with that right now. But I'm just telling y'all all the possibilities. It's either a charcoal, alligator's foot, or the foot of something, or the tail. All right, so that's the arguments going on. But nevertheless, it's the glyph that represents the KM biliteral consonant sequence, KM. All right, and this KM is translated as black. All right, I can't get any more straightforward than that. All right, it's black. So I'm just pointing out to you so you know that why we're saying this. Now, on this statue, now this is the foot of the statue. It's the same statue. On the statue is the person. So if the intention was to describe this person literally with the color, then they would be that color. It's just straightforward like that. They'd be that color. If I tell you to grab me that red pen, you're going to look for a literal pen that's the color red. If I'm trying to tell you that this man is black, you're going to look for a man that's the color black. All right. So I'm saying that again to rule out the literalness of it. So now we're in the world of a secondary function. The primary function would be the literal color, right? But we already passed that. A secondary function would be something else. That's been my stance this entire conversation. But what is it though? And so that's what will cause more investigation. You have to understand how words are used. Like right now, me calling Sheffrin green, you have to be part of the culture and kind of know some other things to really pick up on what I really mean by that. The fact that I don't mean that he's the literal color green, that I mean he's inexperienced. You had to know some other things to detect that. And so what I encourage people to do is to do that investigation and try to find out what are the possibilities, and then start to eliminate them and come up with, go through a process of elimination. Now, the reason why I brought up these books and things like that is because colors in ancient Egypt is widely known by scholars from the dawn of Egyptology up until most recent works, that colors are heavily used symbolically, heavily figuratively, heavily more morpheme and morphology, metaphorically. All right. So last night I shared a couple of these things, and I don't want to go through and take a lot of time, but this easy to find. So hopefully y'all will excuse me for not pulling it up and reading y'all a bedtime story, because that is so widespread that it's easy to find. So I'm leaving it to you all to find the symbolic use of colors in ancient Egypt. Just you can even Google that. Not that it's the title of a book, but just Google the symbolic meaning of color, or just Google the meaning of colors or color meanings in Egypt, the meanings of colors in Egypt, or the symbolic meaning of colors in Egypt, or whatever. And pretty much you're gonna get that green is used for vegetation, green is used for freshness, green is used for resurrection, rejuvenation, and stuff like that. Red is used for anger and victory. It's used for anger, victory, chaos, and blah blah blah. Yellow is used for permanency. what do you call it? Eternity or perpetuality and blah blah blah. Because gold is yellow and gold lasts for a very long time, so they associated the colors with things that last a long time and stuff like that. Black is going to be used for death, the underworld, fertility, the ability to produce, the generative powers of something. All these kinds of things. You're gonna see that, and that's heavy, 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 heavy in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. So when we come to this person, when they have this name, this Kim Black on here, we have to explore all of those possibilities. Okay, we have to explore all of those possibilities of what it is. But now I just want to do something real quick. Let me make sure I'm not getting off the track of the brother's question. He said, "Does the word mean black?" It's translated as black. Now I'm careful when I say mean, because now I don't want to get too technical on everybody else, but there there's some layers to all of this stuff that it will take time for me to. I really have to have class. But what a word means is a different thing than what you can translate it as. Like I said, the good example I've been using was green. We all think we know what green means, but it depends on how a person use it. What do they mean by it? Like meanings is born in context, you know. And we do it today. We write poems, we write songs, we write poems. You got the whole hip hop industry use metaphors and stuff. They got the word savvy. They don't use words for their intended meaning or their prescribed meaning that we find in dictionaries. They find creative ways to repurpose words into metaphors, etc. So he said so. If not, oh wait a minute. If not, then what is it for? Okay. So before I get into what is for, which I was touching on a bit, I want to show y'all something about names itself. Here's the person's name here. Neunk Pepe Kim. Now, without having a grammar class, a full-on grammar class with you all, you may be wondering when I say Neunk Pepe Kim, why don't I say Pepe first? Because Pepe is written first. All right, there's a phenomenon in the written language, the writing system, called honorific transposition, where things are transposed in the front of something due to honor, being, giving honor to something. And because this word Pepe is the name of a king, and it's in the Shinu reflecting the king, this name comes first. Pepe. It's written first. Pepe. Now, grammatically, it's not first. It's not first. Grammatically, it's not first. So I wish I had a very quick example to show you all that I always use, which is what's a good one that I could show you? Try to show y'all real quick of what that is. But if you all get it, y'all get it. I'll come back to it. If y'all have questions, when I pay attention to the chat, I'll come and show you an example. But anyway, so I want you to understand that his name is Neunk Pepe Kim. All right. Now, if Pepe is the king, and it comes after Kim, or Kim comes after Pepe, then what is Neunk? And which part of this is his name, or is all of it his name, or what? Okay, because we know that people's names were not written in Shinu or cartouches. All right, that's something that a lot of people already know, and if you don't know, now you do. The average, when I say average, but the ancient Egyptians did not write their names in the Shinu or cartouche. That was reserved for royalty. It was reserved for the king, and then also some parts of the royal entourage, some of the royal wives, and things like that. And Hatshepsut was a king, so I don't call her a queen. She's actual king, bona fide king. But so this person, Neyoung Pepe Kim, the question would be, is Pepe, so again, is all of this his name, or is only part of it his name and things are being attached to it? Okay. Because his name, regular people didn't have a cartouche, all right, outside of royalty, outside of the king and his immediate family and wife, whatever the case is, all right. So, but now let me show you all something that's should be interesting to y'all. In ancient Egypt, like I said, names all have meaning. Even today, our names have meaning. It's just that we divorced ourselves from the meaning. Like in you know, in the Western cultures in America, man, you know, like I said last night, you find people named after cars. You got Porsche, you got Mercedes, you got people who are named all kinds of names and don't even know the meaning of their name. Like I've man, in my adult life, I met a whole lot of people who obviously live with their name but don't even know the meaning of their name and don't even care until I bring it up. But anyway, in antiquity, that wasn't the case. Names, you know, were really important. Still is to many cultures. So anyway, names. Now here's the thing about names. Now I was involved in this conversation starting a couple of days ago, and I mentioned something, and I realized that I had to what do you call it? I had to put it to the side, and I mentioned the word title in terms of names, and so the reason why I stopped pushing that is because when I mentioned it, you know, the moment I mentioned, the moment I realized, okay, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, give a whole class, especially to people who don't feel that they could learn something from me or whatever the case is. So I was like, all right, well, let me concede, let me just drop that, let me put that to the side, let me scratch that out, and things like that. But let me show you, let me tell you a modern example, and I'm gonna come back to that. So let me do this. So if you meet a person and like, hold on, let me pick somebody in the chat. Pick somebody in chat. And pick somebody in the chat. And pick somebody in chat. All right, Pan African Designs. Peace, brother. I hope you're still there. I hope you're still there. I hope you are still there. Let me know if you're still there, because I'm gonna use you as my next guinea pig. I picked on Donnie at first. Now I'm going to pick on Pan African Designs. Are you still there? Let me know. Let me know. I use brown to describe myself, even though I'm recognized as Black African. All right, excellent. But yeah, Pan African Design. Tell me. Obviously you're still there. So yeah, all right, you still there. Okay, so Pan African Design. All right, now I think I know your name is James, right? And you can correct me if I'm wrong. But answer me this: what does James mean? What does your name mean? And I don't like this awkward silence. So I'm gonna keep talking. So James, what does your name mean? And bear with me, y'all. I'm the things I say, there all is a rhyme or reason. There's methods to my madness. All right, there's a method to this madness. And I just realized I don't have much time, y'all. So I'm gonna speed things up. So James, hit me. What does it mean? What does it mean? And I hope I got your name right, because I remember you. I remember you as James. All right. As a backup, Tamika, what does your name mean? Tamika's in the building. What does your name mean? So whichever one of y'all answer me first, I appreciate it. Tamika or James, One of y'all tell me the meaning of your name. If you know. If you don't know, let me know so I'll keep it moving. Okay, Tamika says she don't know. All right. Now, okay, so let me pick on you, Tamika. Um, the fact that you don't know the meaning of your name would be criminal in ancient times, in many cultures. Not even ancient. I'm not even gonna put it on ancient times. The fact that you don't know the meaning of your own name would be a crime in many cultures. I'm just putting it out there, and it goes for all of us. Cedric Ortega, he said, mine's Anglo, and it means great warrior chief. Okay, Cedric, appreciate that. Great warrior chief. Bam. All right, so we got that. Mika says she don't know. And all right, I didn't hear back from James, but I'll tell you, James. The name James means supplanter. It's the same meaning as the word Jacob or Yakub. All right, in case you didn't know, or you may step away from the computer and whatnot. But James means supplanter. Okay, supplanter, and it's the same. It comes from the same background or etymology as Jacob, James, or going into Hebrew as Yakub. All right, or Yaakov. It means to supplant, from the verb to supplant, or supplant. That's what it means. Now, why am I doing this? Why am I going this long route and boring y'all with that, right? Because I want to show y'all something. This is stuff we already know, but it has to be applied in the right places in these conversations. All right. So we have an individual, right? We have a man. All right. And James, I'm still using you as my guinea pig. So James is a man, right? So we know James to be a man. He's a male, a man, and et cetera, right? Okay, so we have this male or man. Now, we will identify him with a label. An appellation, okay? And his appellation is James. All right? So this man has an appellation or label. As a matter of fact, let me I don't want to lose anybody. What does appellation mean? And I'm up here using, I can't quote it, the dictionary definition off the top of my head. So let me show y'all appellation. Just tell y'all what appellation is. An appellation is an identifying name or title. It's a designation, all right? Just as an FYI, that's what an appellation is. All right, so let me get back over here. So James, so this man's appellation or something that we are using to identify him is James. Okay? Now James carries the meaning, the actual word James means to supplant. Did I spell that right? Supplant. Supplant. Yes. Supplant. Or as a person, it would be, I'll do it in a nominal way with agent, supplanter. All right. That's what it means. That's what James means. Now here's what I'm getting at. This is what I want y'all to understand, and it's not rocket science. Me calling James, and even James himself, what he said in the chat, he didn't know what it means. So we're not using the word James in its meaning of supplanter. We're not calling James a supplanter. We're not doing that. We're not calling him a supplanter. We're using the word supplanter as an appellation for identity. And remember, the only reason why we label things is is to distinguish one thing from other things. So in a crowded room, I'm going to call out James. I'm going to say James, and James is going to be like, yo, that's me. Why did I do that? I'm trying to distinguish him from everybody else in the room. Now, maybe somebody else in the room named James as well, but chances are it's not. So I'm going to say, is James here? And James going to be like, yep, I'm here. But am I calling him a supplanter? No. So I'm showing you this because there's a separation from the meaning of a word and the function of why and how it's being used. Okay? Now, like I said, I can explain all of this further, but I don't have the time to. And I've actually done this before, but I'll do it again separately when we get off the topic of the zombie topic of black stuff. I'll just go strictly grammar on everybody and give a light class about this. But I hope y'all get my point right now. We're not calling James a supplanter. We're only using the word supplanter in our form, which is JAMES, but it has the meaning of supplanter, but we're not using it for its meaning. So I do have to do this. Let me show y'all briefly what just happened there. Let me show y'all briefly what happened. I'm gonna show y'all briefly how this works. Give me 1 second. Briefly how this works. And you know, I don't want to rush myself, but I actually do have to rush because I didn't realize I am talking too long. I'm a victim of my own iron lung-ism. I will admit that. All right, but here's what's going on. Okay, so very briefly, and I've done this before, so please check the archives because I'm gonna be very brief on this. So what we're calling language, right, is really a group of signs, a whole group of signs. Now, in normal vernacular, everyday conversation stuff, we call them words, right? So these are words. So every language has a vocabulary set, a vocabulary set of words that's always subtracted and added to, right? And most of these words are ordered and structured in books called dictionaries or lexicons, right? So the dictionaries usually is the go-to resource to find out all the vocabulary words within a particular language. Now, we call them words, but more properly they should be called signs, and here's why. Because every word has 3 elements to it. It has its form, and let me get my get my cursor here. And I promise y'all, I've gone over this a lot slower and more in more detail, but I do have to rush. So every word has 3 elements: the form, the meaning, and the link between the two. The form, and this is not rocket science, just walk with me. The form is simply the realization of it, the realization side. What do you see or what do you hear? So it's the sound pattern or the written pattern. Okay, it's the sound pattern or the written pattern. If you're talking, it would be sound. If you're writing, it would be visual. So this involves your eyes and your ears. The meaning side is the side that we don't see. That's what's in the mind of a person. And we're not telepathic, therefore we cannot detect the meaning. So what has to happen is, in order to conduct the act of communication, we have to take what's in our mind over here, and we have to link it to a form that people can hear. See, I just spit some bars just there. We gotta take something in our mind from over here. Oh, what I say? I done forgot what I just said. I done spit some bars. I gotta document that. I told y'all I'm gonna put together a demo. I'm gonna get a record deal. But anyway, so the meaning is in our mind. Nobody can detect that. We're not telepathic. So we have to link it to a form in which somebody can hear or see. And so and these have to go together. You cannot separate this. And all together, those 3 elements is a sign. Okay? So, and I wish I had my other one up where I can show y'all. Yeah, I actually do. All right, I'm going to briefly go through this, y'all. Briefly go through this. Briefly as I possibly can, like I said. Bam. All right, so here we go. We about to go on this trip real quick. A quick trip. And this gas station is called Quick Trip. All right, so let me do this. All right, so here we go. So this is where I was. So real quick, we got the form, meaning, and the link. All three of these equal the sign. Okay, the form is the sound pattern or the written pattern, and the meaning is the concept. So now technically, it's called the signifier and the signified. Or we say form and meaning. Or we say the concept. All right, so just to illustrate what I'm saying. And y'all like, man, Rujal, you doing all this just to explain black? Yes, I am. So just real quick, on the concept. So in somebody's mind, let's say me, I'm conceptualizing in my mind this entity. It's a big gray large animal. It has big ears. It has a snout. It weighs tons or a whole bunch of pounds, and it has ivory tusk or whatever the case is, right? That's what I'm conceiving in my mind. Now I'm standing in front of somebody. That person doesn't know that I'm conceiving that in my mind because they're not a mind reader. We're not telepathic. So in order for me to tell them what's on my mind, like how Facebook asks you what's on your mind, in order to communicate, I have to take this concept and I have to link it to a form, whether it's spoken or written. If I were to speak it, I say elephant. If I were to write it, I would spell it ELEPHANT. And the moment that I do that, the other person has to also have the same sign in their mind or in their psyche. They have to have all three of these elements in their head as well in order to decode what I encoded. So if I say elephant out loud, if they have this sign in their psyche, in their awareness, then they're going to decode and come up with this concept in their head. So what just happened is a transmission of concept. That's the only way we're communicating right now. Every word that y'all hear me saying right now, the only reason why you understand me is because you share the same signs as I do. And the large collection of these signs is called a language. We're speaking the same language. What does that mean? It means that we're utilizing the same set of signs. All right. Now, where it differs, let me go to another one. This is a Kiswahili sign. Same concept. But instead of me linking it to the form elephant, I'm linking it to the form ndovu. Ndovu. Now, remember, all three of these travel together. All these three exist together. So if I'm standing next to that same person that I did for this one, and instead of me saying elephant, I say ndovu, they're not gonna know what I'm talking about. Why? Because they don't have this sign, these three elements together. They only have these three elements together. So they're gonna be like, what the heck is Wujao talking about? Some ndovu. What's an ndovu? You see what I'm saying? So anyway, all right. So now let me get off that and get back to James. I haven't forgot about you, James. So now, so here's what happens. Let me put this on the thing I have for James. All right, we're coming back to James's name. All right. So now, here's the form. So I'm gonna use James. I'm gonna use your name and explain like I did with elephant. So the form is James. This is the sound pattern, James. This is what we're actually writing out or we're saying out loud. All right. The meaning is supplanter. Okay. So the sign altogether is I'm conceiving a concept called supplant or supplanter. I'm linking it to the word James. That's what it means. That's what the word means. But here's the thing. When I attach it now as an appellation on somebody, do I Is it the same sign? Let me see if y'all been paying attention. Is it the same sign? When I take this sign right here, or I take the sound pattern James, and I attach it to um, the man, our good brother James. If I now attach that, am I using the same sign? Yes or no? Let me go over here to the chat and see if I can see if y'all are answering me. Am I using the same sign? Yes or no? Oh, let me move this off the screen. I didn't know I had Cedric's. And I promise y'all, I'm gonna try to speed it up and wrap this up because I have to bounce. Am I using the same sign? Come on, y'all, hit me. Am I using the same sign? Okay, I don't really have time to wait. I would love to wait for the answer, but the answer is no. I'm not using the same sign. So let me tell you what I'm using. So that's why I have to move it over. I'm no longer using this sign, even though you hear the same form. You're perceiving and you're hearing the same form, or you're looking at the same form, but I'm not using the same sign. So this is what's happening. Need to make some room here. Y'all will get it. I put this up and I pull this down. So this is what's actually happening. Instead of supplanter, instead of James being linked to supplanter, I'm now linking the word or the sound pattern James to appellation. An identifier. It no longer has the meaning of supplanter, which is right here. It no longer has that meaning. It now has the meaning or the use of an appellation or an identifier. And so what occurred just now? I'm using the same form, which is James. That's why you hear me say it the same way. That's why James is called James all day, every day. I'm using the same form, but I gave it a new meaning, or new use, a new function. Form and function, or form and meaning. It's functioning differently. So is it the same? The answer is no. These two things are not the same, even though the form is the same. It's not the same word. It's not the same word. This form right here is the same as this form right here. Y'all can see it. James. But they're not the same word. In other words, they're not the same what? Sign. Let me put sign in red. They're not the same sign. Okay, I want to make that clear. All right, so I'm not going to get stuck on here. I'm going to move on. But they're not the same sign. But now in everyday, conversation and stuff, we don't pay attention to this stuff, so we think it's the same, but it's not. Even though it's the same sound pattern that we're hearing. James is James. Okay, James, but it's not. All right. So now let me go back to what I originally was talking about. Oh, now because of this, there is a layer of names when it comes to names with words. Because names have meaning, but it doesn't carry the meaning that's trying to be attached to the person that is used as an appellation for. Because we're not saying James is a supplanter. We're only using the name, the word James, to identify a man. You see, so there's a divorce here. Supplanter is divorced and replaced with appellation. Okay, so now here's why this matters. So on this screen right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 names. Okay, and I previously I did this the other day. I did a grammatical analysis and parsing of these names, and so the names are right here, which you see here. in this column, I've identified the type of structure it is on the left. So these three are participles. These three are nonverbal sentences. These three are adjectival sentences, and the last one is a verbal sentence. I give the common translation, transliteration or spelling, and then I give the translation. Okay? So now, so all of these names right here, they actually mean something. So the famous king Unes, that people say Unes, the one who's responsible for the pyramid texts um, in ancient Egypt, they call him Winnie or Winnis or Unes, right? But his name is Winnis. So his name is actually Winu Is, and it means he who really exists. This name, uh, Sa'anku, actually Ka-re or Ka-ra. We spell it this way, but it means he who perpetuates the Ka of Ra. He who perpetuates the Ka of Ra. So they all have meaning, right? Sahetepu Ibra. He satisfies the mind of Ra. Now, is somebody actually satisfying the mind of an Egyptian deity? Are Egyptian deities real? Do they actually have minds? Do they have brains? Do they have bodies? Do they have stomachs? No. But this is what the word means. But now without me reading all of this to you, I'm gonna use the last one, which is a verbal sentence, to illustrate a point that I want to make here. So I'm gonna bring it over here, and this is the verbal sentence here: Keper Kara, and that may sound familiar to you. Keper Kara. We spell it like this. People pronounce it Keper Kare. I like to stay more true to the Ra pronunciation instead of Ray. So Keper Kara. The meaning of his name is the Ka of Ra comes into being. This is a verbal sentence. If I were to read this literally, it would be come into being the Ka of Ray or the Ka of Ra. But we don't talk like that in English. It has to conform to English syntax, syntactic structure. All right. So that's the meaning of the name. The Ka of Ra comes into being. But now here's the thing. How does this fit the individual whose name this is? This is simply a verbal sentence, a statement saying the Ka of Ra comes into being. What does it have to do with the person? So the meaning is there's another layer put on what the word means, and that layer is an appellation or a marker or moniker where they're using it for a person, for their identity. And every culture around the world do these things for certain reasons. There's some rhyme or reason on why they chose that to make the appellation or make the link with the person. Now, in modern times, at least in the United States especially, we don't do that. So this is kind of foreign to us, but it's still prevalent, elsewhere. But now let me show you the problem of not knowing everything I said can cause. Okay, so as I said earlier, the scholars commonly leave names untranslated, and I gave the reasons why. Okay, I'm not going to repeat that. But what scholars are also guilty of is they will do partial translations. Like, for example, right here. Oops. Right here. Keper Ka Ra. Notice that the Ka and the Ra are left untranslated, because that's Ka and Ra right there. So we just brought Ka over as is. We brought Ra over as is. But notice what we did to Keper. Keper didn't come over as is. Keper was translated. The word Keper means to evolve, to come into being, to manifest. To change. That's what it means. And so scholars are are definitely guilty of partially translating names. When they do translate, most of the time they'll just say Keper Kara. So those who do translate, they will still only do it partially. Now here's the problem with that. When you're trying to actually do analytical work for a name, it creates a problem, and here's why. So let's take the name Ineb Kim. Ineb Kim. Okay? Ineb Kim. If we leave Ineb untranslated and bring it over as is, it would be Ineb. But then when we translate and we come across Kim and then we choose to translate Kim and we say Kim means black, then what we're doing is we're saying Ineb the black or Ineb the black man, with the assumption that the Kim is there to describe the person as black. Okay, so notice that Ineb is untranslated and Kim is, and the result of that is Ineb the black man or Ineb the black. But look what happens when we actually translate the word Ineb. Look how it's going to change drastically, right? Ineb is a word that means wall, like the walls in your house or the walls around a castle, a building, right? Ineb is wall. Kim is black. So now it means the black wall. It's not even talking about the man, the person whose name this belongs to. It's describing the wall. But altogether it's used as a name. So again, let me bring this over. Let me bring this over to my triangle hookup. Here we go. So let me show you what's going on over here. So we have the phrase, it's actually a phrase, Ineb Kim, and it means the black wall. So this sign right here comes together. And likewise, like I did with James, when we want to turn this into an appellation or a moniker for an individual, we are removing its meaning and replacing it with a function of appellation, where the meaning is not to be taken denotative or literally. We're using the same form, but we're now giving it a meaning of being an appellation. Now, the inspiration behind this and why, and the rhyme or reason why cultures do it is embedded in the culture. It does have some significance of why they do this. There's a reason why they will call somebody Ineb Kim, the black wall, even though he's not literally the wall or a black wall or a white wall or a green wall. He's not a wall at all. But let's just say, and I'm just making a hypothetical because it's not true for this individual, but let's say he built the wall, or let's say he was in command of building it. He was the person, he was the what do you call it, the foreman who built this wall, and this wall was very impressive, and the wall was black, painted black, for whatever reason. Then they may name him Ineb Kim after the black wall. You know how people are named after street names, or streets are named after people, and so on and so forth. There's a term for that that escapes me right now, but that goes on every day, all day. So we have to understand the divorce and marriage of the concepts behind the forms when applying it in names. And I'm emphasizing names because that's what we're dealing with. So when we come to a name with Kim in it, we already understand that it's not trying to be literal and describe the person as literally being the color black. It's being used for something else To find out what that something else is, you're going to need context. Because I just gave a hypothetical context for this one. I said, let's say he's a foreman. Let's say he was in charge of building this elaborate wall that was very impressive. It was successful. It had no hiccups. It's perfectly lined up. It perfectly serves its purpose and everything like that. He may be named after that wall. But it doesn't mean that he's a wall. And it certainly doesn't mean that he's black. Just because we see Kim in his name. Do y'all understand me? And so this is what we have to deal with. And I would like to go over more, but I just don't have time. But I just wanted to further elaborate on this. Let me get back to the brother's question. I done went way off the track. So he asked me, if not, what is it for? Now to kind of get to more of the answer of what it's for is that in this instance with these people, the suspected use of Kim for these group of people is, scholars are not saying that the use of Kim is put there to describe the person's physical appearance. Scholars are not doing that. That's why when you look up their name, and any scholar that translate their name, most of the scholars will say Niunk Pepi the Black. But what's interesting is that they leave Ni, they leave Unk, and they leave Pepi untranslated. And you see what they're guilty of? What I just showed y'all. They leave vulnerability to not understand the meaning of the name. That's why everybody's having these conversations right now. Because Pepi is never translated. Now, Niunk is, we can translate that, but the name Pepi is hard to find a translation or scholars touching on that. The word Pepi. What does Pepi mean? There's speculation of what it could mean. But they leave these things untranslated. Niunk Kanum, that's a famous person that people should be familiar with. That's one of the brothers. Whenever the Hebrew Israelites say the Egyptians are gay, and they use the picture of the two brothers holding hands, look like they're going to kiss. That's Niunk Kanum. So the Niunk part, they will they would say Niunk Kanum, but they usually translate that. They usually translate that, for those who make an attempt, they'll do that. But these partial translations is what get people in trouble. Now I want you to see the results of these two. These two outcomes are drastically different. So if we make a practice of partially translating names, we will come away with something different than if we did. Saying Ineb the black man or Ineb the black is way different than saying the black wall. Do y'all follow that? Which one is right? Which one is wrong? You see what I'm saying? So what it would take is, one, a proper grammatical analysis of a full translation of everything, and then you would need context. You would need context. So the Kim in their name is scholars are leaning to the Kim in his name as being an honorific designation. Because let me tell you about this. Well, see, I don't have time to tell you about the tomb and everything, and I'm really not going to dwell on this subject. Pretty much after tonight, I don't even know if I'm gonna touch this subject. So let me see if I can answer whatever's question. He said, "Why are they black? If not, please answer your questions." Oh, so that is what his last question was. All right. So, in the tomb of this individual, or these individuals, plural, their name is everywhere. Their name is written everywhere, next to every statue that's carved on the wall. There's many carvings of these individuals within the tomb. It's called an serdab, which is a narrow passageway near the entrance of a tomb, or a part of the tomb. It's like a hallway. And in this hallway, there's north, south, east, west walls, right? There are 4 walls, and one wall would be the way that you would walk in and out. And um, on this wall, and I wish I had a picture readily to show you this, and I don't. Let me see if I can find it fast enough for y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. See if I can show y'all the many, 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 many statues. And I like to deal with the color actual photos if I could. And I don't have it readily to show you all. All right, so y'all forgive me. I'm about to catch y'all on the rebound on that. Oh, actually, I should. Hold up. I might have spoke too soon. I might have spoken too soon. I'm gonna give you an idea, because if you don't see the tomb, then you won't even have that kind of context to mess with. But I'm saying this for a reason, and I'm gonna pull it up for y'all in a hot second, if I could find it. And here we go. Let me just put this on here on the screen for y'all. Y'all can still see all this. All right, let me do this. Okay, so here's just an example of a small portion of the wall, right? Hope y'all can see that. So just so you get an idea of what I mean when I say a whole bunch of carved statues or carved representations of this individual. There's a whole lot of them on the wall. There's a lot. Even the wall is damaged. You can see over here on the right, it would have kept going, and even to the left. This picture is cropped, right? There's a whole lot of them there. And every instance that you see it, you'll see a professional title or of some sort, and then you'll see the appellation or the name. Okay, and so for instance, this one is Henny. You see, y'all can't see my cursor. Let me. Okay, see, overseer of the treasury, and you see his name, Henny. Okay, you see Henny. Now you see Henneneet. See how it changed? Henny, Henny, Henneneet, Henneneet, Henneny, or Henny again, Henny again, Henneneet. So there was alternating of these names, and this is what confused some scholars at first, where they thought that these were different people. And then, later on through study, they realized that it's the same person being identified in multiple different ways. Now, this is significant because his name doesn't have Kim on it here. Okay, you don't see Kim on it here. But there's other instances in the tomb where it is. And what scholars have noticed is that when there's Kim attached to his name, and however many times, it's only on the south wall. And so what is the cultural significance of that? And that's something that has to be considered in our determining why Kim is being used for his name. Why is it on that wall? Why when all these iterations of his representation are used, why is it on the east wall and the west wall we have variations of his name without Kim? First of all, why are there variations of his name to begin with? And then all these are without Kim, and then the ones with Kim, which are not many, are all on the south wall, and things like that. See, that has to come into account for everything. All right. So just kind of want to give you all an idea about that. But what I'm saying is that scholars are leaning towards the word Kim being some kind of designator and not a literal meaning that he was a black person in physical appearance, because ancient Egyptians had no need to point that out. Now, the ancient Egyptians were not all one homogeneous group of people phenotypically either. but they had no need to single out 3 individuals and say that they're black as if everybody else is not. What would be the purpose? What would be the purpose if a bunch of black people are in a room? What would be the purpose for any singular black person in that room to point out that they're black? The only reason why somebody would do that is to separate themselves or distinguish themselves from everybody else around them. Do y'all follow that? There's no other reason to say that you're black. Do y'all follow that? Like, if there's a room full of women, if there's a room full of 100 women, 100 women are in the room. Why would one of those women stand up and say that she's a woman? There's no need for that. The only reason why you would do that is if you're trying to imply that you're different from everybody else around you, or you're just distinguishing yourself. What would the need be for the ancient Egyptians, or any one particular ancient Egyptian, to point out that he's black if all the Egyptians are black? And I'm talking like this was prolific. This is not. This is from the 6th dynasty, and it's only a select few people. So don't trip. Don't think that you're gonna find a bunch of people with Kim on their name in this way. It doesn't exist. It's only a matter of fact. This type of tomb, by the way. Let me before I go, I do want to give y'all some. I do want to give y'all some more things to put in your research chest. So I already showed you all these 2 books, right? And unfortunately, I didn't have time to, or I didn't take the time to get the covers to some other reading materials. So I'm going to try to tell you all what to get by showing you. Definitely get this book here. And this is actually a 6-volume series of books. All right, make sure y'all pick this up. If y'all can see it on the screen, The Rock Tombs of Mer. This is by Aliward Blackman. All right, this is a must-have. Even outside of this topic, it's a 6-volume series of material, and this is particularly volume 5. All right, volume 1 and volume 5 touch on this particular tomb of Pepi Unk, or Neunk Pepi Kim, and everything. Definitely get that if you want to look more into this topic right here. Get that book right there. All right. Also get this master thesis. This is a thesis for a master's degree. Let me pull that one up. And this is the one I would say is a must-have on this topic. Even if you can't get a hold of the book I'm showing you now. Give me a second. Try to pull it up for you all. Where did it go? Where did it go? Right? Is it right here? No. Here we go. All right, I want you all to get this. And if you need the book is you can find the book I'm showing you now. You can find that online too. Yeah, and by the way, if any of y'all need these things, man, listen, I have a 200 gigabyte full drive of resources. So before y'all go out there and wreck your brain trying to find something, hit me up. I spread the love. I don't mind sharing. I don't mind sharing. Okay, hit me up. If you need something, or I spoke about something and you want some resources on it, hit me up. Because sometimes when I go live like this and I'm just getting in the house and I'm popping up, I may not prepare and do a full presentation to give you all the names and everything of everything. But I want y'all to get this right here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this on the screen. I want y'all to get this as well. I actually got to make a new slide for it. Make sure you get this, which is this right here. I hope y'all can see it on the screen. This is called The Tomb of Henny Kim. Excuse me, Tomb of Pepionk Henny Kim by Francis James Michael Simmons. Make sure you get that. All right, and like I said, if you need these things, let me know. These things that I've had on my drives for. I got a lot of stuff that I even forgot I had. Tell you the truth, y'all. So just hit me up. Anyway, make sure you get that. Now, okay. So let me just give you a synopsis of these things. So I already gave you a synopsis of the first two. This one over here is pretty much a documentation of an excavation done by Blackman and his colleagues, and I think this was in the 1950s, I believe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in the early 1950s. Matter of fact, when was this? This is 1953, yeah. So it's from 1950 till the time they wrote the book. They were doing excavations and they were documenting the tomb and they were cleaning the tomb. And while the people were cleaning the tomb, matter of fact, they had to clean the tomb from bat droppings, because over there in Egypt they got bats. They got bats that really mess things up with bat poop and all that, whatever. So while the tomb was being cleaned before it could be, documented, they were drawing, what they could see. They were documenting what they could see as they were cleaning it up. So they tried to do simultaneous work so it wouldn't be a long undertaking. So that thing they started in 1950. In 1953, they were able to publish this book. So anyway, it's a series, 6-volume series. That's what that book is about, the tombs. It's coming from a place called Kis, the ancient Egyptian place called Kis. Now, mind you, what's significant about Kis is that it was known for its big Hathor cult, which is a cattle cult, y'all. Put a pin in that. I want y'all to put a pin in that, because cattle is very important to the ancient Egyptians. Okay? And cattle have colorisms attached to them. All right? I just want y'all to know that. Cattle has colorisms attached to them. Cows and bulls, the bovine family. Okay? Anyway, is a big cult of Hathor. As a matter of fact, some of these individuals I'm talking about are high priests of the priesthood of Het Heru, Hathor, etc. Okay, but anyway, keep it moving. This one, the synopsis is, this person is doing a master's thesis, but he does a very good literature review. And I should just share the screen on it. Let me do that real quick. I'm going to share the screen so I could just show y'all a couple of things out of it. Here we go. Okay, so this is his thesis. And I believe it's going to be published as a book, if not already. But anyway, you can grab this. Okay, so in here, let's just look at the table of contents, because obviously it's 111 pages, and I wouldn't dare read that to y'all. But let's look at the table of contents, just to show you what's covered. So he has a list of figures, obviously introduction, background. So he has a description of the location. Okay, Mer is this modern name now. It was once called anciently Kis. Okay, Kis. Q-I-S, Kis. So he first talks about the genealogy of Pepionk, the history of the research. Then he describes the tomb, which is really good. It's really good. It's page 10 through 12. And then the Serdab decoration. And remember what I said about Serdab. Serdab, now just as an FYI, Serdab, look it up. Serdab. A Serdab is a type of structure within a tomb. Now, ancient Egypt did not use Serdabs. They fell out of practice. They used them for a brief moment, and then it fell out of practice. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's important because the architect responsible for this built a tomb somewhere else that gives us more information about what these things could mean. But then he describes the tomb, then does analysis on it. So now he goes through the titles of Pepeyunk, and that's what we're talking about, right? The name and titles. So you got a table of titles found outside, a chart showing the relative ranks, which is good. Then he describes room F, and so on. So I'm not gonna bore y'all with that, but I do want to show y'all the extent of what this person did. So here are all the individuals, right here. All the individuals that's in question. There are 7 people. You see 8 on the screen, but as you see on the screen, 8 is likely the same as number 3. Out of these 7, only 3 have Kim attached to their name. Okay? Pepeyunk Ware, which is Pepi the Elder. You have Pepeyunk Heri Ib. The word Heri Ib, which means within the middle. In between, within the essence, within, the interior. So you got the elder, you got the one in the middle, and then you got Neunk Pepi Kim, Hepi Kim, Sebek Hotep. That's this one. Neunk Pepi Kim, Hepi Kim, Sebek Hotep. Then you have Pepi Unk Henny Kim. So this one, Pepi Unk Henny Kim, Neunk Pepi Kim, Hepi Kim, Sebek Hotep. And then you have this last one, just Hepi Kim, which is the third one, Sebek Hotep, Hepi Kim. So it's only 3 people that have this. And every time they're represented in the tomb, they don't always have the Kim attached to their name, even when it's talking about them. So anyway, so what this person does is what I think is good and very helpful, is that he goes through the statistics of how many times certain titles and words are used and where they're found in the tomb. So here's a table of all the titles found and whether they're on the north wall or south wall. And he explains why the north and south are divided and everything. But as you can see, he does the occurrences of these different titles, how many times they're used. So you have a total of 59 on the north, and on the south you have a total of 112. So it's double. Why are these titles more prevalent on the south? So anyway, you ask those questions, and here are the names and whether they're found between the north and the south. And so look at on the north you have 66 iterations, variations of mention of these names, and on the south you have 113. That's almost double, like it is in the north. On the north, for the titles. But the ones that have Henny Kim, it's on the south. Or this is Henit Kim on the south, not on the north. Henny Kim, only 1 time on the south wall. Pepeyunk Kim, 0 on the north, only 3 times on the south. Henit Kim, nowhere on the north, but 24 times on the south. Henny Kim, 1 in the north, 32 times on the south. So what they notice is that the Kim is attached to the name on the south, and there has to be a rhyme or reason why, because we're telling about the same person that's found on the both north and south wall. All right, but anyway, I don't want to bore y'all with that. But this is good because if you read the whole document, it goes into all of that stuff. But I want you to I pointed this out before, and I think it got dismissed. It got diminished because this particular author says, right where I've highlighted, he says that in the first place, the extremely low frequency of certain titles is striking. Then he says, where Idet and Emira Khenu, for example, each feature just once in the Serdab, while further instances of each may have been lost during the construction of room F. Oh, this is not what I want to show y'all. It is clear that they can never have been particularly numerous. Oh, I'm too far down. Sorry about that, y'all. Right here is what I was trying to get to. He says the slightly shorter northern text and the opposite southern text. The most obvious distinction between the two is the absence in the north of the honorific epitaph Kim. This is coupled with a relative abundance of most higher ranking titles. So I'm pointing out that most scholars are looking at this Kim word in their name as something that is distinguishable, honorific or distinguishable, only appropriate for these three individuals for some reason, but they're not saying that it's used to describe them as a black person, like how we use it today, or literally that they are black, because they wouldn't know the way we use it today. All right, so I hope that's clear. That's that book, and it was something else I wanted to share with y'all. What was it? Give me a moment. Yeah, I got 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. I'm gonna try to do this. I have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Matter of fact, I need to. I probably should just pay attention to chat for these 3 minutes. Cause I swear I don't even want to. I'm not doing the goofy stuff. I'm not getting into the circus match. Oh, okay. Let me give you all another one. Let me see what page am I on so I won't lose it. Here's another one. I'll share this with you all. Now, get it, even if you don't speak German or read German, get it. Everything. Get everything. Get it. I tell people to get everything. Get everything. So I want to share this with y'all. I want y'all to get this. And if you all need these, let me know. Just hit me up. Okay? Even though you can't read German, you may not be able to read German or speak German, there's ways to get around that. All right? There's ways to get around that. This book is called Die, and I'm probably going to butcher this German pronunciation, Die Egyptian Personnamen von Hermann Reinke. And when I say that, I just picture those shows like Hogan's Hero. Y'all remember that show, Hogan's Hero? Dyson. But anyway, basically this is a book full of names and their translations. That's all it is. And guess how many pages it is? It's 459 pages. And this is only volume 1. It's two. I'm only showing you one. I got both. There's 2 volumes to this. So you're talking about almost 1,000 pages of Egyptian names, y'all. All translated, but the downside is that it's in German. So I'm gonna skip down. These are all reference. These are abbreviations for reference materials. Okay, so I'm gonna skip all of that. I'm gonna keep going down. All right, here's where it begins. So you see that? It starts there. Keep on going down. But let me go down. I'm gonna go down, y'all. I'm gonna go down to page 171 in this book. Went too far. I'm getting there. Right. All right. Here we go. 174. Go a little slower. All right. 173. Let me see how good you all are in the chat. Okay, so here's page 171 in this book, volume 1. The author's name is Ranke, by the way, Ranke. Look it up, and y'all hit me up if y'all need these things. This is a book of nothing but Egyptian names and their translation and where you can find them. Check that out. They got all the not every occurrence of it in stuff like that, but it has references where you can find the word existing, attestations, So right here, so you see, oops, yeah, I can't highlight it, but you see right here, under each one they have citations where you can go. Anyway, let me get off that. So you see, you got Niib. We have Niibu actually, Niibu Nesu, Ni Imat Pata. But let's go down to the Niunks. So you see this Niunk Aneti or Unkti. Oh no, Ineti, excuse me. And you put a question mark, and you gotta understand what that's all about. You have Niunk Ba. But now, on this page, you're gonna find the person that we're talking about. You see that? Niunk Pepi. See that? Niunk Pepi. Niunk Pepi. And if you now, this is what you could do. So let's do this. Somebody do this, because I'm not gonna be splitting my screen and stuff like that. Somebody do this. Pull up Google Translator. Pull up Google Translator and type this in. Do that, man. I'm going overtime right now. Do that. Besitzer von Leben ist. I don't know if they pronounce the PH with an F or P or proper PH. Either Theops or P-hops. And I know I'm butchering that, but we know it's Peppy. This right here is Peppy. Besitzer. I want y'all to do it. Anybody doing it? I can't even see the chat. Anyway, let me keep going. So we got, I don't want to take too long. So you see the name Neong Pepe Kim on here? Neong Pepe Kim. Now notice what it did. Neong Pepe the Black. Schwarz. Neong Pepe the Black. Left that untranslated. Then you have Neong Pata. Let's go over here. You have Neong Kanimu. Neong Kenti Keti. You have Neong Kanumu, Nemhu, and so on. Anyway, I'm just saying. So they have these names, all these names here, and this is an older book, and there's another book that I'll share next time, where you can get a book of names and everything. Okay, just to show you the practice of how scholars deal with names. And this is a good book, even though it's in German. You can pull up the translator and just type. It takes a long time, but just type it in there and see how they're translating all of these names, and how they, and to support what I said earlier, how they cherry pick which ones they translate and which ones they leave as is. And they know why they're doing it, but you have YouTube ship, and those of us who have these discussions on YouTube. When we want to dig deeper into this, we don't understand the implications or the vulnerability that this does. We're relying on this, not knowing that they didn't do this for that reason. When I say they, I'm talking about these scholars. When they leave it like that, they're okay with that, because they're not using it for the same reason. They say Neong Pepe the Black. They know what they're talking about, but we want to dig in and try to find out if it means that he's a black man, or if his skin is black and this and that. Now, they're not doing that. And me myself, I'm advocating against that. Only reason why people are stuck on that is because everybody's trying to make the Egyptians black. The Egyptians are African, hands down. And that should be good enough, but it's not. Obviously, people want to argue about that in their own ways. Chief X does it a certain way. Chief X just straight up and down. They not black. They Northeast Africans. He don't even want to include them. Like, In Chief X mind, Chief X got two Africas. And I know if Chief X listening, he would probably agree with me. He probably laugh and chuckle right now with that cigar. He like, ha ha ha, would y'all try to be slick? Ha 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 ha. I bet you that's what he doing. Would y'all try to be slick? But he right though. You daggone right. It's two different Africas. Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is the dark nappy hair. That's how you say it too. Nappy haired black Africans. Then he take a puff on a cigar. In North Africa are not nappy haired. You Negroes are not Egyptians. Cut it out. That's Chief X. Cut it out. They're Mediterranean. And I'm sticking to it. Oh, man.
Hotep. Yes, I looked it up, and it was owner of lives is king, and then Theops.
Say it again.
Owner of life is king, Konig, and then Theops.
Okay, so what that's saying is the owner of life is King Pepe. They put king in parentheses because of the cartouche, but the owner of life is Pepe. That's what that name means. That's what they say it means. Now do the other one. Do the next one. Neyoung Pepe Kim.
Okay, I think the Schwartz would mean the black one.
Just add Der Schwartz to the one you just did.
Yes, so owner of lives is king, and then the black one.
Okay, so the owner of life is Pepe, the black one. He left Pepe out. All right. So again, anyway, I'm showing this. Grab this book so you can see how scholars deal with this. Now, the so let me do a quick little review, and then I'm already over time, man. So I'm gonna try to see if I could deal with the chat now at this point. I didn't really. Hopefully I answered the brother's questions. If he, man, this is 2 hours, 2.5 hours long video. Man, I did not intend on it being like that, y'all. I have a sickness. I had to go to rehab. I have to go to YouTube iron lung rehab. I swear I was only gonna be on here for an hour.
Yeah, real quick, while you're looking for that, I just wanted to make sure that people understand, why that is translated as the black one, because I guess some of our, we got to understand that some of our listeners, have maybe a beginner's level. So sometimes it's like the examples that you showed with a book that can be called Deseret, and it will be the red one. So in this sense, it's talking about the black one doesn't mean like like how something is like, because even a cow can be called Neferet, and that can be translated. A cow can be called Neferet, a woman can be called Neferet, and we put that the word one on it to describe this attribute. So it's not really about appearances as in appearance the whole time. So I just wanted people to understand why that is always left as the black one as opposed to the black skinned or the black man or whatever.
All right, so let me just hit up the chat. So anyway, shout out to everybody in the chat, and I am going to look at the chat, see if anybody's talking anything. And like I said, what I'm going to do, anything I do after this is going to be strictly grammar related, to overemphasize these points, to move people beyond this and things like that. Because like I said in the beginning, my stance on this entire conversation from the resurfacing of it when Chief X first kicked it off, or reignited the conversation, I already knew then what was going to happen. It's been going on for like a year now, and I already know it's going to go on for a year. And it's the same old, same old. It's always with us. It's all we have to find something. It's like we're like crackheads looking on the ground, looking for the next rock for the hit, on trying to find somebody that's black, all to justify and feel good that, okay, we're black, we call ourselves black, and we took a L with the horrific transatlantic slave Holocaust and everything. We got to have some glory somewhere. So, man, the Egyptians are all that in the bag of chips. So let me find them being black. And now I can attach myself to them. And now I'm good. And that's really the motivation behind all that, the blackology. And people can swear up and down all they want that they're not blackologists. But when you travel down this road, um, even unbeknown to you, that's what you're doing. You're fueling that. And again, it doesn't apply in ancient times. The Egyptians are who they are for different reasons. They're not the Egyptians because of their skin. They're not Egyptians because of them being black. They wouldn't they would have no consciousness of our concept of black and why we call ourselves black. Just like there's an African, and I forget the group's name, man, and I'm gonna get the name. There's an African group of people that use the colors black and red to distinguish two aspects of their group, and you either fall on the black side or the red side. And they're not trying to say that they look black or red. It's just that they're using these color terms in their language to create two separate categories. That's it. Two separate categories. They just label them two colors, and that's what has happened. And I just want y'all to understand that. And I'm trying to see. I'm trying to go back as far as I go. So Asar Balance says, so Kemet do mean black. That's what you got out of all this? Wow. I'm wasting my time then. The word we've been talking about wasn't even Kemet. It's not even Kemet with a T. It's Kim. So I hope maybe the person just tuned in. So it depends on which Kemet. All right. Let me see. Dismantling information, etc. All right. Let me just keep on going. Y'all having a whole conversation. I gotta get to the bottom. All right. It says, why you think they don't want the black man and woman together? All right. Y'all definitely having a separate conversation. Okay. Philitentis. At the end of the show, ask for ones in the chat for people who know what it means. Okay, I'll do that. Do what Philitentis said. Put a one if you know what it means. He said LOL. And nobody's gonna say that they know what it means. Nobody should say they know what it means. All they know is that it's translated as black. That's it. If I show you a phrase I would ib, and if I show you a phrase I would ib, you would look up I would. You would do people would do the dictionary thing. I'm gonna call people dictionarianists. you know, you take the word I would, go in the dictionary. Oh, I would means wide. It's the word for wide. WIDE, wide. Ib. Oh, that's the word for heart. So I would ib, wide heart. Okay, wide heart. That's what it means. I'm done. No, that's not what it means. And people got to understand meaning, how meaning is derived. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. Why did the ancient Egyptians wear chest shields? Okay, if I like this, I don't have the time tonight, but show me. Definitely come on the panel and show me what you're talking about. Because when I just read your question, something came to my mind, but I don't know if you're talking about that, because what came to my mind makes your question kind of kind of remedial a little bit, because they wore chest shields. as a, for protection. I mean, duh. But you might not be talking about the ones I'm thinking, because they're a warrior. They're battle shields that they wore, and it's represented in some of the deities. Like you see Heru, and some of the deities will wear these like body armor, and it looks like a strap, a shoulder strap with this girdle around their chest and abdomen area, and it looks like feathers, like it's overlapping feathers and things like that. But that could be armory or shields and stuff, if that's what you're talking about. What's wrong with it if some decided to point out they're black? Hey, if you don't see the logic, the illogic behind that, then I can't help you, because your question is paramount to, or equivalent to, um, me pointing out that I'm a human when I'm standing around nothing but other humans. I'm a human. Now, if that's cool with you, then hey, that's cool. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. So, what color were all the people with Wasir in front of their name? A lot of people with has Wasir in front of their name. It was a appellation of the dead. It was a word of the dead. They weren't being called Usir. That's a good point. That's another example where people would have these things attached to their identity marker. So some people have the phrase that we know as Makeru. It's a phrase, Makeru, and that would be put after the name. It means in a single idiomatic word in English, we would say justified. But if we break it down, it would be true of voice. But we simply say justified. So it's one who is justified, and so it would be wasir um, Sesh ani makeru. The Osiris, but it's not talking about the Osiris as the deity, the husband of Aset and brother of Satuk and all that kind of stuff. Usir takes on a different meaning. Okay, so that's another good example. We're not calling these people the same Usir, but they're being called Usir, but they're not. That's not the same meaning. All right, it takes on another meaning. All right, what else do we have here? Um, from the book, this was made even more obvious when he reported that the appearance of blood is sin, black, exactly what blood, red, should be at stage 1 due to its low brightness. Okay, he said from the book. I'm not sure which book. You got to clue us in on what book you're talking about. That we should find a stage 1 system in Highland New Guinea is consonant with the association of simple color lexicon with simple technological and blah blah. Okay, you must be talking about the book I showed before, The Evolution of Colors. All right. Was the South really the West and Kim is complete as in dead? No, the South really wasn't the West. Um, that question, June, the question is kind of crazy because the cardinal points are fixed. The South will never be the West. The South is always going to be the South. The North is always going to be the North, and the East is always going to be the East. So there's never a time where the South can really be anything other than the South. So those cardinal points are fixed. Now, what if somebody's trying to say um, they shift their orientation, they shift. The cardinal points stay fixed, but you shift and whatnot. But anyway, none of that is that part is not true. There is a word Kim that means complete, total, finish, payment, and work, duty, work, payment, completion, things like that. So there is a word, Kim, that means that. And the association with Kim in that sense, being with dead, is in the sense of life. A dead person is a completed person, one who is complete, one who is perfect. Okay, the word perfect, you can look it up. The word perfect means complete. They're synonyms. And so it is not until you die do you actually become perfect. No one who is living and breathing can ever be perfect because you're not complete. You're only complete or perfect when you die. So in that sense, that's where people get the association of Kim and death. Not only that, but even Kim as the color black. Black is associated with death and the underworld. The underworld is the place in the West um, where you go when you die. The Amenit or Amenetet or Amenet um, is a place where you go where you die. And so death is the completion of life. Kim is the word complete. Kim is also, there's another Kim meaning black, and black is figuratively associated with death and the underworld. That's why Usir is called the black one. Usir is called Kim, the black one. The underworld is associated with black, darkness, black. Usir is the duat itself. So Usir being the duat and duat being black, Usir is black. Usir is not a sentient human being, so there's no association with a literal description of any physical appearance. These are all figurative associations that have valuable meaning within the culture. All right. So what else we got going on? It's not boring. So what are they alluding to? Is it some correlation to the Nehisu with the writing on the south? Oh, the south of the wall, you mean? I see what you're saying. Um, no, no. If you knew where no, no. Now what you the reason why I'm sharing the reason why I say get get those last two things I told you all to get is because they cover the tomb itself and the arrangements and they describe the tomb. But you have to compare tombs. And you're gonna see in Egypt they did things a certain way in different time periods. So the north wall was used for a consistent purpose. The south wall, the west wall, the east wall, etc. And where you see these glyphs and stories and text, like the underworld text, where they're placed is important. Where they're placed is very important. Like and I'm just pulling a hypothetical, but just to give it for instance, you may only see the meeting of Ra and Usir in the 12th hour or the 6th hour or whatever in the Duat on a certain directional wall and not anywhere else. Likewise, where you see Behudeti, the solar winged disc in certain places and not everywhere on the entrances. So things are done for a reason. Where the false wall, the false door is located, are done and placed for a certain reason. All right, and then tombs, their arrangement. Let's see. I'm keep going. I'm going down. Going down. Owner of life. X just scared to be seen as wrong. He don't see being wrong as a lesson or step up to be corrected or whatever. Okay. 187 on the undercover rock. Donnie got jokes. All right, Mr. Jerry. This topic will never end. Yeah, it's gonna end for me though. People can have that. I think it's silly, y'all. The Egyptians are African. I'm done. If other listen, because see, here's the thing. I listen. I know what it means. Like when you like any of y'all who you maybe may have been Christians when you were young, or into something when you're younger, and then you mature out of it, but you still associate with people who are still in it. At a certain point, you're like, wait a minute, um, that's where they are. Like you don't want to disrupt things. So sometimes, like I'm sure y'all got family members who are still into the Abrahamic faith, and you let them, like, it's like, all right, look, if you don't bring it up around me, I'm not even gonna bring it up. I'm not gonna deal with it. That's where I'm at with this. Some people need the Egyptians to be their version of black. They really do, and I don't mind letting them have it. Same way Christians, they need Jesus. I'm like, hey, all right, man, that's it. You happy? I'm happy. There's a lot of different audiences. Yep. Um, Mess the Met Black Eye Paint. That is true. Star Balance. I don't. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm too far up. Let me go down. I gotta hurry up, y'all. I said that a long time ago. I'm way over. I'm 30 minutes over. I got 3 minutes to be on. 30 minutes over. I got 3 minutes to be 30 minutes over when I'm supposed to get off here. Hey, hit one if you want to come on the panel. Hit one if you want to come on the panel. I give you the last word. But you know what I do know, y'all? Ptolemy is black. Ptolemy is a black man. Ptolemy is a black man. Oh, Philaitis says number one. All right, so listen, Philaitis, I'm gonna share the link. So make sure you come on here because I'm definitely trying to boogie, trying to get up out of here. I'm trying to get up out of here. So, Emicat, if you don't mind, if you could, can you post the link? Philaitis, I give you 5 minutes tops. 5 minutes. Feel free. You got the mic. You could say everything you want to say. Everything you want to say. I just hope y'all got the things I was saying. So while we wait for Philaitis and Emicat to post the link, um, let me just quickly review because I was long winded. I talked a whole bunch of stuff. I wasn't even prepared. Like I said, I came on here because I was inspired by the brother's email. I mean DM or whatever, and it's good. And hopefully, I covered it enough. I was trying to do it in a shorter period of time because I really supposed to be doing something else, y'all. I came in the house. You know what? I shouldn't even looked at the computer. I shouldn't even looked at everything. That's what got me in trouble. Yep.
You know what? While we are waiting, I just wanted, actually, what brought me here on the panel was, I think it was at that point where you were showing, the tomb that had the Hennenite names, and I hoped you would have paused for a minute because, what I think most people must have missed something there because, the fact that you had places where the name is just Hennenite and then Kim wasn't written, and like you said, that was found, on the southern wall. Um, it lends to why most people would actually lean towards titles because when you find names like let's take the Rosetta Stone for example, where you had the name for Ptolemy, since everybody likes Ptolemy so much. Um, you
Oh, hold
know,
up. I'm sorry. Let me. Nah, see the brother who sent me that is he showed up now. All right, cool. So listen, man, you late to the party, but I want to give you a shout out because I appreciate you contacting me. And so yeah, rewind. Check out this video when you can, and let me know if you have further questions because I did my best to cover it. Um, I wasn't I didn't have anything pre planned to cover it, but I figured I could kind of speak for an hour and cover everything. But that was I was lying to myself. But anyway, so yeah, brother, appreciate it. And check out this video. If you got some more, hit me up again. And yeah, if people hit me up, I'll address certain things. But other than that, I'm not wasting. I'm not doing the goofy stuff because I already see everything spinning into the circus and goofy stuff. I don't get down like that. But I'm sorry, Amy Cat. What are you saying?
Yeah, dua for that question. I guess it was Michael. Yeah, that I mean, your comments were spot on. Like that, that's base. You summarized everything. But yes, like I was saying, I think I understand, especially when you showed the tomb, the primaries. I guess you actually get to understand why people lean more towards the title, because one thing that we definitely know is that names, you never split names. Like names, for example, like Ma'at Kara, you're not going to say Ma'at and then leave the Kara, like at some point. Like the name is written fully. So the fact that you see the name Henenet tells you that that part is the name of the person. Then what comes after? Now you have a question, what could it be? Because obviously you're not going to split the name, and in those particular sections, the multiple times they have been split, so you rule out the fact that the other sections are part of the name in that sense. But maybe now leaning towards a title and saying a title only because when you look at, I was talking about Ptolemy, where sometimes you would actually have the title in the Shinu, and then like you had in the Rosetta Stone, and then sometimes it would be out, and you would see that the royal titles that usually come after the name that you see in a Shinu would be something like Ankjet, or something like Ankjet Ptah Mer. That was the one with Ptolemy, where it actually helped the decipherers to actually figure out that the name Ptolemy is Ptolemy, and then what comes after Ankjet Petamer is actually a title, which is a royal title. You see it like if you've seen on the students' translations page on Netcher.com, where we have the one with Tutankhamun. That's a famous one. I think let me just check real quick because I was looking at it before. You will see D Ankh Mirajet, and that's a translation for given life like Ra forever. You will see that after, and that's a royal title. It will come right after the name that you see in the Shanu. Other things that you can see is yeah, sometimes you actually just see like D Ankh, given life, and those are titles that come right after the name. So leaning more towards Kem being a title or some sort makes sense when it comes after the name. I just wanted people to understand that. I can't share my screen to actually show the titles that come after a name, but when you get to understand that, then you will see why that leans more. The word Kem actually leads more towards a title if you're going to follow the steps logically.
All right, real quick, Philantis, before you jump in, I promise everyone that every time I go live, I will share some resources, some references or resources, I should say, whether they are directly related to the topic being discussed or in the periphery. I just promise people that I will start sharing things because people always ask me, what should they get? What should I read? What do you recommend, Wujao and stuff? So I already went over these. These are closer to the topic. The one on the left right here, this master thesis is definitely on point on the topic. So definitely get that. But now, when it comes to Egyptian general guide to gods and goddesses, this is by I forgot Richard Wilkinson. This is a common book. This is a must have in your on your shelf. Everybody and their mother should have this and pretty much do. So make sure you get this. It goes through the whole book. It just goes through all the various different gods and goddesses and gives you a description and function of what they represent and stuff like that. Then you have Richard Wilkinson again, reading Egyptian art. This is a must-have for you to get. And in this book, it talks about aspective versus perspective artwork and the difference and stuff like that. So if you want to know more about what I did on the yoga positions and how I broke down aspective artwork and what does it mean and how the Egyptians did it, if you want more information, this is the book for you. Get that. On the right hand book, the right hand side, this is a must have too. This book is a more recent book that has all the king's names. When I say all the king's names, I'm talking about all of their multiple names, not all the kings singular, but um, all the kings five names who had five, and then prior to five they had whatever. But this book right here, by Leprechaun, it's called The Great Name, Ancient Egyptian Royal Titulary. That book breaks down all the kings in their order based on the dynasties of what the names are, how it's transliterated, and what it means. Okay? And so it's a good book because even in his introduction, he explains the concept of names, how they even came up, and the difficulty. Some of the things I said today, the difficulty in trying to translate names because the grammar is so condensed and consolidated. And I didn't have time to get into grammar, but I will because I'm pushing forward. If y'all want to learn about the language and the grammar and more about the culture, then this channel is for you. All right, I'm your man for that. All right, so I'm gonna turn it over to you, Philaitis.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, okay, okay. Peace to the chat. Peace to to the session and everything. Um Really I just want to like as best as I possibly can get you to elucidate this topic here.
Uh oh. Well, we gotta start all over again, huh?
No. We don't got to start all over because I feel like it's very simple to do this. Like all people are really asking for here is some kind of relation to what Kim means symbolically. Like that's what they're asking for. They're not asking for this all around the world explanation, the iron lung Wujawu explanation. It's really a straightforward. What does Kim in relation to the symbology behind the meaning?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Not black man. We know it's fertile. We know it's it may be soil. It may be fertile in relation to a woman, or if a woman is childbearing, that fertile. Is that what it means overall when we see it
Which
on the
chem?
wall?
You mean the chem that for black, or you want him to go all over for all the chems?
In the relation that for the relation that we're asking for, in the context that we're asking for it. That's what I mean.
Okay. All right. So I heard you loud and clear, and I definitely understand your question. Let me share my screen again, and this is not gonna be MC Iron Lung style. I'm just want to share this here to get um this gives you an overview of the answer to your question about the symbolic use of the color black and when it's applied to things and people that are not physically being described as the color itself, literally, as I explained before. And so this is a paper called "Examining the Symbolic Meaning of Colors in Ancient Egyptian Painting Art and their original environment." This is good to get. It's not that long. That one, and just bear with me, and then I'll just summarize your answer for you. Where is it? Right here. I had another one. Okay, this is a good one here. So let me share this one. It's another good one, and I appreciate you being patient because you said MC Ireland, and I'm kind of being MC Ireland right now. Nah, it's just taking me a second just to share my screen, y'all. I promise you. Okay, make sure y'all get this one too. This is Graciela Gestoso Singer. She is a professor at some college, not in the United States, but as you can hint, she has a Latin romance name. But anyway, she had this is a good paper, Color in Ancient Egypt, and I went through this last night, but I was kind of brief with it. So as you can see, it has green, and then she starts to elaborate on the use of green. First, she starts in general, like she talks about Islam, how Islam venerates green, and talks about El Qadir and stuff like that. But then she gets specific into ancient Egypt. Okay, so she does that for each of the major colors um, in here. So I'm gonna go down to black because it's gonna segue. It's gonna kind of get into what you're asking about Kim and black. So that was red. This is white. Here's black. Okay, so it says black. The color black represents opposing ideas, authority versus humility. Both of them though, and they're kind of like a dichotomy really. Authority and humility, rebellion and conformity, wealth and poverty. Black also signifies absence, modernity, power, elegance, professionalism, mystery, evil, traditionalism, and sorrow. Black also implies submission. Priests wear black to signify submission to God. That's today. In the Western countries, black is a color of mourning, while in many African countries, white is the color worn during funerals, not black. In Japanese culture, black means experience, as opposed to white, which symbolizes naivety. You're naive. And proof of that is because in martial arts, black belt is a mark of achievement and seniority, while the white belt is worn by beginners. If you're taking taekwondo and karate and all that stuff, you know that. Then she goes on. The Russian painter Kandinsky interpreted the color black as a totally dead silence. So in artwork in Russia, they paint somebody black. They would think that their skin color is black, but they're trying to say that they're being silent, or something around silence and stuff. A silence with no possibilities has an inner harmony of black. In music, it is represented by one of those profound and final pauses after which any continuation of melody seems the dawn of another world. Black is something burnt out, like the ashes of a funeral pyre. Something motionless, like a corpse. These are all she's giving all black, all association, figurative associations with the literal color black, the usage of the color term black. The silence of black is the silence of death. And there's another book I'm gonna recommend after this. Outwardly, black is a color with least harmony of all, a kind of neutral background against which the minute shades of other colors stand clearly forward. So it serves as a perfect backdrop of everything. That's why you look up in the sky at night, the space is black, and it serves as the natural permanent canvas for all things that we can see. Okay, that's another thing. It differs from white in this also. For white, nearly every color is in discord or even mute altogether. In ancient Egypt, so now she gets to ancient Egypt. In ancient Egypt, black Kim was created from carbon compounds such as soot, ground charcoal, burnt animal bones. Black was a symbol of death and night. Osiris, the sovereign of the afterlife, was called the Black One, alluding. Now, see, so if I stop here, right, and I just say Osiris is the Black One, people are using that, and I'm sure you heard this, Firelight into this. People are using that to say Osiris is black. And why would the Egyptians, if they weren't black people, why would they worship a black god? Haven't you heard something around along those lines before?
I definitely have.
Okay, so when people go down that conversation path, they got it all twisted. He's not black because they're trying to say he's black like how we call ourselves black, or a black man, and all this other kind of stuff. Black is alluding not only to his role in the underworld, but also to his resurrection after he was murdered. So it has a totally different connotation. That's why white people or anybody could worship somebody who's being called black. Anyway, one of the few real life people to be deified is Queen Ahmose Nefertari. She was the patroness of the necropolis, and that's important because the necropolis is the place of black. And she was usually portrayed with what? Black skin. The black images of the queen embody the concept of what? Regeneration, and being the fertile ancestress of a royal line of the 18th dynasty. She's the one that kicked off the 18th dynasty and did her thing. Very, very powerful. And so they deified her and painted her black. And she was represented in over 50 tombs other than her own as the black one as a person who's painted black. Not because she's a black person or thought that she was a black woman in today's meaning of the term, or that she was literally black. She was black because she was the patroness of the necropolis, of the deceased. Anubis, the god of embalming, was shown as a black jackal or dog, even though real jackals and dogs are typically brown. So anyway, and I could keep going. Black symbolized death. It was a natural symbol of the underworld and resurrection. And Osir, like I said, he is the duat itself, and so he becomes black. So now to get to your question, this specific instance of Neunk Pepi Kim, one, we go through a process of elimination. We know the Kim, meaning black, or we could translate it as black. It doesn't mean, it's not used for a physical description. So we could rule that out. And because it's not used as a physical description, then it opens the other side of the possibilities. So black is being used figuratively here. So in Egypt, you got to find out what are all the associations of black being used when attached as an appellation or an epithet or an epitaph on a person. And so you go through the list. It could be identifying with similar things to these things like Amos Nefertari, but and you know there's ways to rule this out. But I'm just giving you the surface assumptions that you have to make. Then you go through a process of elimination. It is a title of designation. So in the 6th dynasty, for these individuals, and in the place that they were located, they were high-ranking individuals among a cult of cattles, of Het Heru, cattle cults. And cattles and bulls are known and were called by different colors and things. You have Kimware, which is a bull. Minervus is the famous bull. Outside of Apis, the Apis bull, Minervus was deified. And he was called the Great Black One and things like that. So people who may be involved with a cattle cult or something similar could attain a designation of the Black One or associated with the color term black. That's one possibility. Another one is if you look at the family, and that's why I recommended the other book that breaks down the names, how many times they're used, and who's related to who, and so on and so forth, and where it's found. What we can detect is that the term Kim is being used functionally wise as a designator and not as a physical descriptor. It's a designator. Now, if you're asking me to right now to narrow down to give a definitive answer, I can't do that for you. But I could tell you what it's not, and I could tell you the possibilities, and I could tell you what I've narrowed it down to. And what I've narrowed it down to is either cattle association. I doubt that it's necropolis association, because you don't find them in other people's tombs like you do Amos Nefertari. So they wouldn't be, serving a function, and you won't do that for your own tomb and things like that. And plus the serdab where this is found is peculiar, because the serdabs, which are rare in Egypt, but they exist, they were sealed where nobody got back in. Unlike other tombs, the many other tombs where the high priest or the priest or the servants, the lector priest or whatever, the funerary priest, go into very often, and they do certain things and they recite certain things and stuff. But in this case, it was sealed off where you don't enter ever again. So it'd be no reason. That's why you don't find a underworld text in this section. It's just statues of, carved statues of the individual and their name. But anyway, so I doubt that part of it. And there's other possibilities that I'm looking into, and the other scholars are investigating. But the claim that it's talking about the physical appearance should be done away with, tossed in the trash. The claim that they're trying to say that he's a black man, like how we do today, should be thrown in the trash. And that's all the conversation has been. And I'm saying throw all that in the garbage. Let's look at other possibilities. Is Kim translated as black? Yes, it's translated as black, but it don't mean uh, it don't have to mean a literal representation, as I showed earlier. I say, like I said before, my bank account's in the red. We all know what red is. We know the color red when we see it. But am I using it that way? The answer is no. And in this case, black is not being used that way. But it is the word black. It is what we would translate as black, yes. So there you have it.
Okay. All
Like
right.
let me ask you a silly question. Um, in America, are all people with the last name white? Are they white?
Not at all. I have
Is
a few friends of my own that are black but have the last name White. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a silly thing. I'm just bringing it up as an extreme example of how we live in a world where we use these secondary and tertiary usage of words, but yet when we argue and on YouTube ship, all of a sudden people throw it out the window and try to be literal with everything, as if the ancient people didn't even use it or invented it. They're the ones that invented this stuff, these literary devices and things, and how this stuff is used. But anyway, so I mean, I don't know. Like if like I said, if you're looking for a definitive answer on the meaning of the name, um, I have not seen a single scholar that has come up with a definitive answer to that, and I don't have a definitive answer to that. But in the process, we can eliminate some of the possibilities, and I can say with a surety that I have eliminated the use of black like we use it today. That's definitely out the question, and I can eliminate black as a literal, physical description of the individual. Those two I definitively eliminate, and other scholars do also. Now, that still leaves room for a bunch of other things, but we can get that out the way. But let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Let me share. Am I still sharing my screen? Probably big in it.
Yeah.
Okay, my fault. Let me. I want to take this off the screen. Sorry about that, y'all. I want to ask, why are you on here? Because you're the only person that came on here that I could actually talk to. See, and that's messed up. You forced me to stay a whole nother time, man. I'm gonna blame Fire Lightentis on this, boy. If I get behind on the things I'm supposed to be doing right now, I'm gonna have a excuse. So somebody gonna call you up. Um. All right, hold up. All right, right here. Okay, I want to make this big again and ask you while I have you here, if you were you here when I went over this? Were you listening in?
The call of rock comes into being. I think I was. I'm not sure
Okay.
though.
All right. Well, while I got you here, I'm gonna use you as my call and response. Okay. So, because this is really important. Now, people don't like this stuff. They say it's boring. Ah, man, you ain't got to go through all the rigmarole of the grammar just to explain if the man was black or not. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to show you this again. Show this again.
That's
So,
never really my gripe. My gripe is always going to be about being extremely direct and concise and making sure that people understand exactly what it means in the context that we're talking about. That's all.
okay. So just to repeat, because I like that too. I try to practice that, and when I get off the path, I love for people to put me back on the path. So, um, the exact meaning of Neunk Pepi Kim is not definitively known as far as I'm aware of. But there are definitive, what do you call it, exclusions of what it could mean. All right. So I want everybody to understand that. We know, and I'm not gonna repeat myself on that. Okay. So, but here's the important. This is what I want people to see: the dangers of what we've been seeing on YouTube on these different channels and conversations. And see, I don't ever get a chance on other people's channels to have a teaching moment like this because everybody want to rush and microwave stuff, or they cut you off, or whatever for whatever reason. And I could deal with that to an extent, but sometimes it just gets frustrating, and I'm not dealing with the goofy stuff. So this is important. So look at method one, right? We have an individual whose name Ineb Kim. Okay, and this is how we would write it in English: Inebkem, Ineb Kim. But it serves as an appellation for an individual. Okay, so let's say it's you. So you're no longer Philightentis. You're now Ineb Kim. Okay, so now when I look at your name, I know it's your name. Now I want to find out, what does it mean? But what clouds my judgment is the fact that I know it's your name. So now I have a tangible reference, and I no longer see it as an appellation. I think it's you because I'm identifying you as Ineb Kim, right? So now I go to the so now I translate it, but I leave the Ineb part untranslated. I don't even worry about the meaning of that one because I'm familiar with the word Kim. Oh, Kim means black. Uh-oh, I found one. I found a black person in Kemet. You know, so what we tend to do is focus on Kim. And then people who halfway, not I ain't even gonna say halfway, people who thumb through a grammar book, they will know that okay, Kim is an adjective, or dictionary, because the dictionary will tell you that Kim is an adjective, right? And it means black. So that means black. Black is a color. Black is an adjective in English, right? So they say, oh, there's Kim. It means black. So you, Ineb, must be a black man. Why? Because black is an adjective describing you. So I would translate it as Ineb the black, or Ineb the black man. All right. And I walk away like, yes, I found somebody in Kemet who called themselves the black man. You know what I'm saying? The black man, the black. We all know what black means. So you see that? But now, here's the danger with that. Without getting long winded into a grammar lesson, the adjective in this case, excuse me, the adjective in this case is a adjective we call an attributive adjective. It's an adjective that denotes an entity and a property, but it's used. It's dependent, so it has to be attached to a substantive or a noun, right? And it agrees in gender and number. And so, but it's qualifying that. So now we need to know what Ineb means, because Kim is not standing there by itself. And this is basic syntax at this point. Syntax is the external economy of words. You have to take into account all the words around the word that you're talking about, right? You can't just translate that in isolation. You can't say Ineb Kim, oh, Ineb the black man. So method two, it will be the proper way to do it. So what does Ineb mean? Ineb is the word for wall. And so Kim is modifying or is an attributive to Ineb. So it is wall and black, but we say black wall. So Ineb Kim is actually the black wall. But now if I use that, that's what it means, the black wall. But if I use that word as an appellation for you, now I'm just identifying you with that as an appellation or moniker. I'm not literally calling you a black wall, but that's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how I'm using it, because I'm not calling you that. So now here's what cultures do. They take the actual meaning, like the black wall. In your case, there would be a reason why I would turn that into an appellation for you, and it has to make sense in the culture. So, just hypothetically, like I said earlier, let's say that at a very young age, you took part in a project and built a wall, and it became a spectacular feat, and it was very impressive, and it served a great purpose. And the wall was black; it's painted black and everything like that. You become associated with it. So then I would name you the Black Wall, even though you're not the Black Wall, but I would name you that. So that would be my reason for stamping that on you as an appellation. So, and I just gave that hypothetical because there's reasons why these things are pinned, stuck on people as appellations. We just got to figure it out. And so when it comes to Neonk, Pepe, Kim, there's a reason why Kim is there. We have to figure it out. And it's hard to do with names because they swim around in isolation. There's no real context to it.
Hmm.
It's complex for us to trace that out. We gotta do comparisons with other people with the name, other tombs, other Arab times, and even external to Egypt. We could find other African groups of people that use color terms at the end of their name and find out the reasons why they did that, and we may be able to trace it out. So I'm saying all this to say that that's the work that's needed to do here, not some YouTube video where somebody is, um, you know, turning on the camera and walking through dictionaries and stuff like that.
So
Uh,
in all you're saying that it needs to be an in-depth study. It sounds like you're saying it needs to be an in-depth study of the
Absolutely,
culture at its core.
absolutely.
Because like the method number one, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like that's a perfect example of like a postmodern view of things. Like that's how anybody like now people would name their kid, I don't know, Porsche or after a
Yep,
BMW or something like that. But in earlier time, they would name their kid, a successful like the name would mean that they are a successful person. So therefore they would be reminded every day that they have to succeed. And that would get them the Porsche. But now since we lose sight of that thing in the modern day, people just want the Porsche, the Porsche, the Porsche, or whatever.
exactly.
Is
That's a good. That's yeah. Yes, I would agree. I definitely agree with you. That's why I put it on here. This method one is what we would defaultly do now. That's how we do it because we've lost the significance of names, especially here in the West, in the United States specifically. Like I actually know somebody named Mercedes and Porsche. I actually do, and it's. I mean, I know that that's them, but they're not called that for the meaning, because Mercedes is a German word that forgot what it means, but it has nothing to do with the lady, the person who's called that. You see, so that's modern. But in indigenous cultures, even to this day, they don't do that. That's criminal right there. What they do is method two, and it's a rhyme or reason. Like I'm gonna give you an example. In Ghana, the Ghanaian names in tree, they name their children some attribute, and then they tack on as part of their name the day of the week that they're born. And the significant link is the fact that they're born on that day. So they attach the birthday literally onto their name, and it becomes a collective appellation for that person. Like Quasi, I forget which day Quasi is for. You got Cabena, I think that's Tuesday. That's a male for who born on Tuesday. So you may, or Aquabana or Bena is a female, and Quabena I think is a male born on Tuesday. So you may see blank 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 Abena, or Abena so and so so and so. So we know she's born on Tuesday. And I think Imiket in Deluo is the same thing, right? Because your name.
Yeah, the names they usually have something to do with an event or a particular day, season, but something that can be marked a point of time. So, like, my name is Akinyi, and that would mean that I was born at a particular time of the morning between 4 and 6. You know, early in the morning. My mom also is born around the time at the same time, but it will be like a very cloudy morning, so she gets a different name, like a watch. My grandma has a different name where she was born on a rainy day, so she gets a different name like that. My brother was born at night. There's some people who are born during a dry season, so you get all that kind of names, depending on something that can be marked an event in time.
Right. You see that?
I really, yeah, I completely understand that. And a lot of people, once you dig deeper into that, when you said between, the hours of 4 and 6, I mean, that's clearly astrological, and it's also cultural, and people would call that spooky though, and people would call that pseudo, but it has a basis. It has a strong basis that could be explained.
Yes, absolutely. And Egypt is no different. Remember, Egypt is a bona fide African culture. And so what takes place in other cultures on the continent, there are relationships there where we can tease this stuff out. And my frustration in this whole conversation, well, the latter part of it, is I think we're being set back a decade because we were working towards being done with trying to make Egyptians black in our sense, and not just dealing with them the way that they are. Let them say who they are and describe who they are. So these three individuals in this tomb, they have black after their name. They also have Pepi in their name. Are they the King Pepi? No. Pepi, young Pepi Kim. Kim actually comes after the word Pepi. So if we're going to say Kim is an adjective and describes a noun before it, then it's describing Pepi, not this dude. You see what I'm saying? Because we know that that person is not Pepi, not the king, because the word Pepi is in a cartouche. He's not the king, but that was added to his name, and we got to factor that in. Niunk, the person who owns life, is Pepi Kim. Niunk. The word ni, and matter of fact, see that, like I said, I'm gonna, from this point forward on this topic, I'm not gonna deal with the black stuff. I'm just gonna be teaching some stuff so people can move forward with it, so people can really get to understand these things and use it elsewhere when they study in Egypt. But ni, the word ni in his name is a genitival adjective, and it's derived from a preposition, and it means of or belonging to. The word genitive or genitival means possession. So something belongs to something. And it's an indirect genitive, but it's on the front. So it forms an adjectival sentence. So ni unk is one who belongs to the life. One who belongs to the life, or in some form or fashion in that manner. So ni unk Pepi Kim. So the Niunk collectively is juxtaposed to the name Pepi, which itself is a direct genitive. So Niunk, the one who is of the life of Pepi, or one belonging to the life of Pepi. And anytime you see one belonging to the life of, we idiomatically translate it in English as possessed by. He who is possessed by Pepi the Black. So if anybody wanted to kind of chain me down or lock me down to an answer, that is to the extent of what we know right now of what his name means. He who is possessed of Pepi Kim. But they leave Pepi untranslated. And everybody know Kim is black. So if anybody's black, it's gonna be Pepi, and not this guy. It's an appellation for.
Yeah, yeah. See, this is one of those things you usually actually say a lot. Like, there's a point where if you reach in you do your work, and then you get to a point where there's an unknown. Everything forward is unknown. You need to stop. You can't just fix things to make something work when you're working from a point of unknown. We can definitely eliminate stuff, and that's where logic comes in. That's where patterns come in, because you have to know what kind of inscriptions have you witnessed before, what happens in this particular type of inscription. So that's why it's easy to rule out certain things. And then obviously knowing grammar, because without knowing grammar, you can actually mix up. You have the right words, but you will mix up the translation. The syntax of it will just come out wrong. So logic has to be in place, grammar has to be in place, and then you have to stop where there's a known. And that's why scholars actually stop and they are known, and then they just leave it as pepi, the black one, instead of just adding things, because the black one could actually be a lot of things. Doesn't have it has, you can't just say it's black skin or dark skin. Black one can be a lot of things, from what has been shown with what goes on with colors and things of that nature. So then you just leave it at unknown. The problem is people do not want to stop at a point of I don't know. We don't know what is forward. We can propose certain things, but propositions are not facts at that, until you actually eliminate everything and deduce why you have arrived at that fact. And that's what was going on with these videos when Mujal was asking, what are the steps that you've taken to come to that particular conclusion? Because you can't just have a conclusion and not show the method that you arrived. How did you eliminate the other words? How did you arrive to this being dark skinned and whatnot? And then it's like, well, that's where nobody has anything to, that actually explains how they arrived to that. They even arrived at that without even translating Pepe. So it's also like a half done job. So that's what we're just saying. That's just not the way to go. When you reach the point of an unknown, you just stop.
Hey, while I have you here, I'm gonna use an excuse to explain this too, and I'm get your feedback, immediate feedback. So you see what I have on the screen, right? This sentence: the woman who reads a book was actually not a sentence, but you see this, right? The woman who reads a book.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's take that as example number one, and let's reword it and put it beneath it, and let's switch it up. A book, the woman, woman reads or is reading. Why do you say reads? The. All right. Now, this is just some basic. This is just some basic, but very important and critical grammatical point here. Um, these are two totally different outcomes. These are totally different meanings here. The woman who reads a book, or the book the woman reads. So in one instance, it's all about the woman. We're emphasizing the woman. Which one? The one who reads a book. But in the second one, we're talking about the book. Um, a book that the woman is reading. So the emphasis on the book. The subject is the book. Now, in Egyptian, and I'm gonna give you an example. There's a word that a lot of people are familiar with, which is this word right here, myrrh. Everybody pronounce it myrrh, and the Moors take that and run 1,000 miles with that, right? Um,
Hmm.
hold up, I'm just trying to get it into my proper transliteration thing here. Okay, so we have myrrh. Now, when you go to the dictionary, and this is why dictionaries, the use of dictionaries for beginners is for beginners, because it's very limiting and it handicaps you. Because if you look up myrrh in a dictionary, you're going to find all of the entries of myrrh, but you're not going to find the different forms that the word can take. All the different forms that it could take, all the derivatives and derivations and things like that, the conjugations of it, the declensions. You're not going to get that in dictionaries. So when you look that up in a dictionary, people are going to find this right here. They're going to find love, right? Or
Beauty.
beloved, stuff like that. Beloved, beloved, or beloved, and all this, right? You'll be associated with love and everything like that. Now, in ancient Egyptian, there is it matters if a word is passive or active, because this word, if you see it in the glyphs, if you saw this in the glyphs, you could translate it one of two ways. Either if it's used as a participle, okay, and a participle, by the way, in simplest terms, is a verb that acts like an adjective, okay. So now We could translate this in one of two ways, and the only way they be gonna know which one is right is with context. Without context, you're stuck in quicksand. You're stuck in the water. So it can either be one who loves, and the person doing the act, you know, or it is one who's loved, which means the act is being done on them. So in this instance, they're doing the act on someone else, and on this instance, the act is being done on them, all from the same word. And these are two big differences. You can make or break a translation just on this decision right here alone. And I'm only emphasizing this because this type of work cannot be microwave. We got to get away from, or not get away, because I like I said the other day, we could walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do YouTube ship, but we gotta keep YouTube ship. We gotta call it what it is. But along with YouTube ship, people gotta really do the real work though. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying something as small as this will make or break a meaningful translation. If you're reading a text, you come on with myrrh, and it says one who loves, and whatever context after it, versus one who is loved. That's a big deal.
Right.
I mean, and I'm just giving that example because I just pulled it out of thin air. But I'm just saying.
I
Um.
do I do
Oh,
want
go
to
ahead.
touch on one thing that you said earlier about being possessed by Peppy the Black.
Okay.
Um,
In case people
in
didn't see it, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
in what way were you relate? In what way were you using the word possessed? Are
Um.
you saying that in like in the context of I guess like a person being named Peppy um and being possessed by like their personality, so to speak?
Yes, that's definitely the high, very high as the possibility. When, when. Okay, how can I say this? Yes. So let me say yes, and then explain. So when you belong to the life of someone, and they're not living, then you automatically know that's not literal. And so that shifts over into a figurative association with the reality that you're trying to convey. And what you're saying is that there's something about the once living Peppy that is in you that you own, because ni is, like I said, it denotes possession, belonging to. So when I say Ra ni Kemet, which is the name of the ancient Egyptian language, the word Ra is the word for mouth. Ni is that same ni. It means belonging to, and then Kemet, which is a place. So it's the mouth that belongs to this place. But we translate in English as the word language, because we know places don't really talk. It's not literal. So the same thing here. Ni Ankh Pepi Kim, the owner, the one who belongs to life of Pepi Kim. And so it's not literal. It's to show that there's something about Pepi, or a reason, the rhyme or reason of them putting that together is that they capture or encapsulate some essence or something dealing with whoever Pepi is or Pepi was.
Hmm,
So that's
okay.
possessed. That's possessed. It's not a because I know people say the word possessed, they immediately go spooky, and it's not like that.
Well,
And people, yeah,
that's
go ahead.
why that's exactly why I was asking you that because I know a lot of people believe, you know, that that word possession could easily mean, something spiritual or, religious. But it in all aspects, even the spiritual and religious aspects, they are talking about personalities.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like even okay, even in the modern context with epigenetics, like that whole science is based around that. It's about personality that lives on for generations and generations. But this is something that we already had culturally going on as far back as we know, as ancient Egypt. Like they had like this was their quote unquote science
Hmm.
already. Like they were already putting it in their own words. That's what like I know like I got the understanding already of you saying that's why we have to understand the way they said it. We have to understand why like we have that's why we have to understand the glyphs. That's why we have to know the language because knowing the language gets us this understanding that the words that they're using now in a modern context is exactly what they were talking about back then.
Yeah, yeah, and see that's the challenge though, because everything you just said is something difficult for us to get across in the YouTube streets, because people they rush and then they come with their presumptions, assumptions, and bias, and then you mention things and they attach their our modern ideas on these ancient people, and they don't understand. So I always try to slow it down and take it back to the foundation first. And even on this topic right here, when you ask me about possessed, it becomes real clear, and it becomes so unspooky once we understand um, what a name actually is and how it functions in the culture,
Right,
and what identity actually is. And then we'll know that names actually survive the grave, and that's the only thing that can ever have an afterlife. It's not the full totality of the person, it's the person's identity that has an afterlife. And so it depends on where's our demarcation or cutoff point for the person. Is it, because the Egyptians saw the full human being, an individual human being, as a multi-layered composite, where certain layers had an expiration date and certain layers didn't. And somebody remembers you who is living, you live on. But not the total you, but it's the identity part of you, which is the Ren, the name. And that's why kings protected their name encircled their name in what's called a shenu, and they demanded people to utter their name. Their name was promulgated throughout the whole land. That's why you see their names everywhere, because they want to be remembered. They have a serious afterlife. Like Ramses right now is still alive, not in the literal sense, but we still refer to his name. We still remember his name. We still remember his deeds. We remember a lot of everything that makes up his identity. So he truly has an afterlife for what an afterlife actually is in the culture.
right. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I mean I'm just trying to gather like a I'm trying to construct a vision of it in my head in a way. So like say in a sense, are you saying that your name being Mujawu Irimat, 200 years down the line, if you were to pass on, that name, that name that you use for yourself, and it holds all the characteristics of who Wajawu Irimat is. Are you saying 200 years down the line, one of your generation or one of your offspring, ancestors or descendants, they become, in a sense, characteristically you, and like a represent or characteristically a representation of you 200 years later?
Only if they actually express my identity. Because remember, the word name, the word Ren, we often translate it as name, but it's more accurately translated as identity. It's both. So if somebody express, so however I express myself, my demeanor and my character, we stamp it with a label, and we call that label a name.
Hmm.
And so if a person in my descendancy 200 years from now express my expression, then they would represent me. And because my expression was labeled Ujao, then they would be labeled Ujao because they're matching my expression for which that label was attached to in the first place.
So the key is consciously picking up your characteristics as they can see and understand them from your time period and continuing it on.
Absolutely. But now here's the catch. you as an individual being born, you're not going to do that because you're too young. You're a baby. So
Hmm.
this is why in most cultures, the elders names, the parents by way of guidance from the elders or consultations or whatever it is, they go through a whole naming ritual, a name ceremony and stuff, and they have procedures to try to work that out. So that's why they observe the child for a certain amount of days before it even gets a name to see, okay, what characteristics, and it's approximations. It's not an exact, obviously a hard science, but they do a good job at trying to attach some associations with that child for whatever the reasons are in their culture. Now, if they're trying to do it for people, then the only people that's going to know a child is expressing somebody who's already dead is if they know enough about that dead person to pass judgment like that, to be able to discern that, say, oh man, because and we do it today. Like, how many times have you ever heard,
Those are
even
divination systems. I'm sorry, just to clarify that. That's just that those are divination systems that you're talking about.
yes, absolutely, you're
Okay.
absolutely right. Those are divination systems. In fact, it was done in Kemet, and if those people who want to look more into that, look at how Hatshepsut received her name. Hatshepsut, literally, the story about how she got her name was through divination. I kid you not. And like, if I had more time, because I'm way over time, man, but maybe another time, bring this up. Like, if I'm live again, just bring this up, and I'll share Hatshepsut's story of her name, where she says that it's through divination where she received Ma'at Kara and so on and so forth. She's not the only one either. So it's definitely through divination. But what I was gonna say is, um, I forgot what I was gonna say, but the emphasis is on the elders being able to. Oh, I was saying how many times it happens to you, where either now or when you were little, where somebody look at you, be like, boy, you act just like your uncle so and so. You act just like your father, or you got the same mannerisms or the same. I can't put my finger on it, but you got the same so and so as so and so. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, my sister told me that last year about me and my dad.
Exactly. So it's real. Now there's a physical nexus with that now, because we know physically. Now here's the thing: psychologically and physiology are two separate areas, but they have a nexus of connection. So where they connect, that's the nexus, and we can't ignore that. And so biologically, we inherit bits and pieces of genetic instructions from our ancestors, our immediate parents, and then, from their parents and so on and so forth, at least back 5 generations, to where it jumbles up to it's non-identifiable. Now, along with those genetic instructions and everything, we're gonna outwardly express, uh, a indirect um, um, expression of those people in some form or fashion. Some more so than others and whatnot and things like that. And that's just through the influence or the availability of certain genetic, your genetic disposition. You know, it's there to, as a potential. So the potential is already there. Just on the physical part. Then psychologically, if all the physical components provide you the potential, then all it takes is the environmental components, which involves, the psyche and the mental influence and pressures and stuff like that, to create the environment. If that's fertile, then the physical aspects are going to sprout, and it's more likely that you're going to, um, people are going to say, hey, you acting like so and so, you acting like so and so. Well, of course I'm acting like so and so, because one, I've inherited some of their genes, and then two, I'm in a very similar environment as them, and so on and so forth. Same circumstances, same pressure, same whatever, to an extent. And that's why we got a little bit of all that in us. Because people say that about my oldest daughter. Dang, you act just like your father. She looks like me and her mother, but um her mannerisms and stuff, and her is like me. So anyway, last thing on the screen, I got these keywords. I'm just throwing this stuff out there. relative clause, right? Um, and I'm gonna go further into this. I'm just trying to leave some breadcrumbs tonight. In this phrase right here, one who loves, and that's here, mer, right? One who loves. This is a participle, number one, and a participle is a verb that more so functions as an adjective. And even though it's the verb love, but we have to add in English the one who does whatever. So one who loves. And the participle relates to the antecedent. So instead of when we say one, we're referring to something before. So whatever was talked about before, that's who is the actual one who loves. And it's not the one. So that's the one. Um, in this case, one who loves. Now, when I say the one who loves, the tense of it or whatever, you think you don't know if it's perpetual or not. So there's a choice to be made in these types of translations. Are you going to translate it in the imperfect or the perfect? Which in everyday terminology is, are you going to make it past tense? The one who loved, past tense, to cut off the continuation, or that this is continually going on. You see, that is a big choice that we have to make, and the only way we're going to know that is through context. And I'm saying this to say that this is why scholars tend to leave names alone or untranslated, because names don't have much context. There's nothing to work with. There's nothing to work with. If I saw myrrh in a name, I got those options. I don't know which one it is. So I'm just gonna leave it alone, or I list all the options and just leave it to it. So lastly, another example is ha ibra, and I put it on the screen so people could know what I'm talking about. If y'all ever want to look, I'm only doing a translation though. Okay, ha ibra. All right, the word ha is to rejoice, but it's a participle. And in this case, it would be continually happening. So we would translate this one as, let me see. And by the way, Ib is the word for mind, and then Ra is the deity. In this case, the deity Ra. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move these things around. Give myself some room. Okay, so ha, the word ha, it means to rejoice. And then Ib is, people translate as heart, but it's the mind. And then you have Ra. So rejoice mind Ra. So is it the mind of Ra rejoicing? No, it's a participle. And we had to change this to one who, because it's talking about what I have up here, antecedent. Antecedent means that which comes before. So it's not Ra whose mind is rejoicing. It's the person themselves, the antecedent. So this means one who, and I have to add continuous or continually rejoices over the mind of Ra. Now you see how that whole thing changed? Y'all can't see. I gotta move this stuff around, y'all. So just these three small little words right here breaks out in English in this long sentence. One who continually rejoices over the mind of Ra. And I'm only doing this to demonstrate that this stuff cannot be microwave, should not be microwave, and if it is microwave, then let's just call it what it is. And that's all my my gripes with what I see going on. And I don't mind it if, as long as we own up to it and call it what it is, and don't think it's more than that. And by us doing that, admitting to that, then we could do two things. We could have fun on YouTube. We could do the microwaving YouTube ship, And then we know we're smart enough to know, okay, well, I'm gonna have to also engage in some real unmicrowave studies as well. And that's where I live. I live over in that area. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I got feet in both, but I prefer the other, and that's just me. But anyway, so that's it. Hive Ra. It means one who continually rejoices over the mind of Ra. That's what it means. All right. So anyway, but yeah. And can y'all see my screen? Did I make this big? I think I'm still big. Yeah. All right. Anyway, hopefully y'all got that little lesson right there. Anything else though, Five Lights? Because this is a rare occasion, man. This is like you a celebrity around here. You be in all the chats, but never on the panel. So for me to get you on the panel, boy, I must be doing something right.
Yeah, I usually only try and jump on panels where I know I can get a honest and straightforward discussion. So
Yeah, but to kind of revisit and close out though, a lot of people think things are spooky that really not. Um, and even in you and I, our conversation right now, it could have easily went left. And oh, Jow, you're spooky if I say, oh, so so possessed, or even with the name and stuff. And people don't understand that ancestors only exist. Ancestors, like if somebody were to ask me what is an ancestor, and they lock me down to give a short response, I would say memories. That's it. Ancestors equal memories.
and that's and that's all that you would give. I mean, is that are you saying that's all there is to it, or are you saying that's all you are willing to give at the time?
No, I'm saying if I'm restricted to give a the shortest answer possible, and then if I could elaborate after, I would say ancestors are memories.
Okay, okay, I understand that.
Yep, ancestors are memories, but there's a whole explanation for it because but I'll talk about that another time. But that's what ancestors are, and I mean that ancestors are memories. Yep, ancestors are memories, and it's a reason why I'm saying it, and it makes sense, and nobody can refute it. Nobody can refute it. but to answer you, that's not all ancestors are. It depends on how people define memories. Because if I say that, it's like belittling ancestors. Like, oh, that's all they are, man. You disrespecting the ancestors. No, I'm actually giving the utmost respect to them by calling them what they are and how they actually function in our lives. Because think about this. Let me say this to you. Can any if you're completely ob- oblivious to the existence of someone, do they exist to you? The answer is no, right?
I w- I can't 100% say no because I mean I that seems it seems like it's in line with the same argument as a tree falling in the woods. Does it still make a sound?
Okay, but all right, let me ask it again because I'm gonna emphasize something. If you are totally unconscious, unaware, oblivious to someone's existence, does that person exist? Keyword to you.
They are outside of my conscious awareness.
Yeah, you're totally oblivious to their existence. Do they exist to you? It's like basically I answered the question in the question.
I mean, I get exactly where you're going with it, but I mean, it doesn't negate their existence just because I don't. I mean,
Okay, right.
it's just like the whole answer, with somebody not knowing, and just because they don't know, they try to say it doesn't exist. That
Okay,
doesn't work.
It's actually simple because there's a difference between him asking, "Does that person exist?" or "And does that person exist to you?" So, and what he asked was, "Does that person exist to you?" But you're trying to figure out if that person exists, which is not the question. So
so
no,
no,
but
but I'm glad you did that though, because it allows me to emphasize the fact that there's two existences. There's the word existence, which is relative, and then is the word exist objective.
Hmm.
So my question was relative. I said, does that person exist to you? And the answer is no. But and like you rightfully said, though, it may not negate the fact that they do exist, though. And so what you're doing is you're using the same word, but in two different senses. And so we got to understand that. And so what that leads into is that although something can exist objectively, but not exist to you, therefore something can exist and not exist at the same time simultaneously. It just depends on what sense. So here's the thing: ancestors can only influence you by being connected to you. If they're totally outside of your world of knowledge of their existence in any shape, form, or fashion, they cannot influence you. They can only influence you in a limited capacity on the physiological side by contributing bits and pieces of their DNA. So they're in you in the form of chromosomes, I mean, genetic material. But beyond that, no. Now, if you are aware of an ancestor and that ancestor was remembered in your family line and stories were told about that ancestor where you gain and fill up the cup of identity about them and stuff like that, then knowing that and being aware of that and being conscious of that, not only does that ancestor physically or biologically influence you through the genetic material, but now they can influence your life psychologically. And that's how ancestors influence the living, is through that. And so in knowing that, what cultures have done is they set up shrines and ancestral veneration so they can keep the identity of the deceased individuals alive in the minds of the living so they can have influence. And that's how ancestors influence the living, whether it's good or bad or whatever, or it's for better or for worse. Because if you don't know something, and that's where the saying comes, ignorance is bliss.
Hmm.
Ignorance is bliss, but it can still be harmful. Like you cannot know a truck is coming from behind you, and you all good. You're in your shoes, but the person watching it go down, they're in hell because they about to watch you get smashed. But you don't know it, and therefore you're not affected by it until the impact. You see what I'm saying? So these are just things I'm throwing out there so we could probably start talking about those kind of things
That is
because I'm
definitely an interesting conversation that you brought up right there, specifically when you said, um, I'm trying to, you said, um, a person picks up the knowledge of their ancestor and then the ancestor is then able to influence their life. Now,
yes.
in that range right there, what is going on with that ancestor before you pick up the knowledge of that ancestor, and then the ancestor is able to have interaction with your life? What is going on with them without your interaction with them?
Nothing. Because here's the
So
thing.
so
In
okay, that's okay,
Okay.
perfect right there.
Okay.
Nothing. So
Nothing.
how is it that because you start learning,
Hmm.
then something magically starts happening with them? Or and
Okay.
and
So
then they're magically able to interact with you. How is it that before there was no existence, but then after, magically, there is somehow an existence? That's my dilemma.
okay, that's a beautiful question, and man, um, all right, I'm gonna brief it out, and then I'm gonna go, and then but remember that. So if you got pen around you, write that down, okay? Because I wanna elaborate on this, like for real. That was a good question. I like the way you asked it. So the answer is simple though. Now we're talking about now. This is the birth of ancestral veneration, or the value of that, right? You as an individual, if you're if you don't know about your ancestor, and then like you said, then you learn about the ancestor, and it's only at that moment of learning about them are they able to influence you. So your question is, well, prior to you coming in that contact of learning, what's going on with the ancestor? And so this is where you get a chain link. In order for that even to occur, that ancestor has to be kept in the memory of someone in order for that to be passed on to you to reach the point of learning about them. So this is where you have family cults, where you have a cult center in the house or a shrine in the house where people, because remember, ancestral veneration is all about memory. It's all about remembering. That's what it's all about. That's what all the spiritual talk when it comes to ancestors, at the core of it is remembering. And so the reason why we build shrines, the reason why we call on their names, they say their name, say their name. You pour libations, say their name, say their name. Name is identity. So it's like you're keeping the identity going in the memory of the living, in the minds of the living. Whether you pour alcohol, you pour water, whatever, or you set up a shrine, you put their favorite, you put something sentimental to them on the shrine, you put their picture there, because now we got technology, we got pictures. You may want to put a video. And now they got video pictures in a frame where it'll just keep repeating. You got that going on. You may put their favorite food. So when you cook their favorite food, you put a plate out for them.
Right.
All of this is to remember them. And so all you're doing is remember them long enough in the living to pass it on into upcoming generations. And by continue doing that, that ancestor has an afterlife and live on. So you as an individual who's unaware of an ancestor, the only way you become aware of it is through somebody else who's already aware of them. And so the ancestor is always influencing someone, just not you yet, until you are taught or you go through that process of learning about them. Then they can influence you on the psychological side. Physiologically, depends on how close in your descendant line they are. They're gonna influence you by genetic material, but what we're talking about, because remember, spirit is psych. We're talking about people say spirit, spiritual. It's about that other influence. You're only gonna get that if you remember them. And the name is a container. You can't just remember the form of the name. So like let's say you had an ancestor named James. If that's all you know is the sound pattern James and how to spell it James, then that does you no good. That's not the identity. That's just the shallow form side, the moniker. So you have to know the identity of the ancestor, which includes the moniker. It includes, everything that makes that person distinguished as a person. And then once you know all of those things, that's where the possibility of influence can come from. You can either strive to be like them or not them. You can learn from them. You may have heard stories about them of things that you definitely not going to do or strive to do. Or you can hear horror stories about them and they haunt you in the back in the other way. And that's when this negative ancestors, they say ancestors are angry and stuff. Now people can abuse these factual things and get spooky real easy. And I've seen it. I see it done all the time. I see people, especially in Yoruba tradition and Ifa and stuff. Mm-hmm. People set out food and stuff like that, and they and do all kinds of things, not really understanding that it's all about memory. It's all about remembering. People and see, there's really no such thing as honoring an ancestor that you don't know. That's like a kind of oxymoron there. Now we can say we honor them. That's just word. That's just word service, lip service. But to actually go through the act of honoring, you have to know them. And that's why in Egypt they say imaku. Inkani maku aku makeru. For the ka of the venerated ones, so and so who is justified. It don't say for the whole person. It says for the ka of them, and the ka is tightly linked to the ren. The ka and ren are like brother and sister. Ka is the sustained configuration or personality, as people translate it to, and then the label on that personality together is the ren, the name. That's the identity. But
Oh, and
anyway,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring this up because Donnie kind of reminded me. You wanted me to remind you about the chest plates, the golden chest plate part of it, but Donnie was in the chat talking about that I, that I meant that it related to protection from spirits that they were wearing. He thinks it's to not let spirits in. And I do
oh,
100% believe that they wore those golden chests or breastplates or whatever,
mm-hmm.
so that spirits, quote unquote, did not um, seep into their body in a way, that they were wearing the gold to keep out basically parasites and other things that were just floating around
Wait a
in
minute.
the
Are
air.
you? Do you mean buried with them on, or are you talking about when they wore them while they were alive?
Yeah, when they were just walking around just daily.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pick up that yeah, we're gonna have to pick that conversation up, yeah, because you gonna you got to break that down to me, because I'm always open for a conversation. So yeah, we're gonna have to table that. So write that one down too, and we'll
I mean,
we'll
I'm
we'll.
just saying. I feel like that's scientifically backed because it's not hard to see a journal today that shows you that copper can kill bacterias. Like that's not something that's out of the realm of reality.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so wearing a copper bracelet or wearing say a gold chest plate would be for the purpose of keeping um, bacterias from being able to. That's why they harp so much on being clean, so to speak.
Well, yeah, but I could say this though. Remember
But
the
it can't. But
that.
I do understand how that can go off into the realm of being spooky when you not when it's not showing bacterias on a wall when they're relating bacterias to being monsters or something like that, and then you start talking about spirits. People will start saying, "Oh, you just being spooky." But when it comes to the understanding of it, they may be talking about things in the underworld being frogs or things that lurk in the murkiness or the depths or the dark, but they're talking about bacteria.
Yeah, and that gets into the conversation of figurative expression, which I always advocate. People got to gain
Right.
that understanding to have it, and we gotta understand how to walk in the literal sense and the figurative sense, and how to safely travel those two things. And people are not ready to do that, so they say spooky because they on the literal side of the highway all the time.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
but
But
but I
on the
but
scientific side though, they talking about it in that sense. On the scientific side. That's why they want you to use the science of it. But
Well, you listen. You preach it to the choir because I always go over. One of the things I do go over in public, or I say, is about the story of the destruction of mankind involving Sekhmet, and how
mhm,
Sekhmet is the patroness of medical physicians in Egypt. So she's the
right.
goddess of all medical physicians, but she actually represents the functionality of the immune system, and so that's why she's associated with medical healers and things like that. And so I always go into that and how the water, how she was drugged, and how she is known as a fiery one, and was destroying everybody. That's a story about the destruction of an invader disturbing the life force, which is Ra, disturbing him, and she's defending him, but she goes overboard, and that's what the immune system tends to do unless you keep it at bay. We get a fever, and then we may get a high fever, and it may not break, and that becomes dangerous. We get too many white blood cells or whatever, get an infection, and white cells are produced in too much abundance, and we that causes a problem. You get a cytokine storm and other macrophages and leukocytes or whatever the case is, and we got problems. So anyway,
Yep.
but so I'm not definitely not. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I want to say this, and then I'm going. remember that outfit, the thing, it has a name. So I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but I'm gonna find the name of it. But remember, if the purpose of it was to protect, then we would have to ask questions, right? We would have to ask why only the chest, why only the stomach area, and not the arms, the legs, and whatever else. Why that area? And then and do you could eliminate or ask other questions in relationship to that, because from what I know, that it was a warrior or fighting outfit, like in the context of fighting and stuff, like actually fighting, warring, or battling and stuff like that, where you see kings don that outfit and whatnot. So it's just interesting. So I'll look into it. We gotta have a conversation about it, because they definitely did other things to ward off in terms of what you're talking about, pathogens and stuff like that. And you're right, they did clean and stuff, and all those kinds of things. So, but man, remember the Nile, boy. Everybody was doing whatever in the Nile. Where you think where you think where you think all the toilet stuff went, and like the Nile was everything. The Nile,
Yeah.
the irrigation channels and the channels, the canals and stuff. That waste had to go somewhere.
And they sure had a
You
lot
got
of
people.
rituals though to make sure that the gods kept it clean for them though.
Yeah, but the temple itself is remarkable, because the temple is the house of God, or a God, and the innermost part, the holy of holies, they guarded the deity's home dwelling place by trees, which is mimicking the real trees in the bush. But instead of real trees, living trees, they use stone trees, what we call lotus pillars, and water lily, and the papyrus pillars and stuff like that. So that's a whole nother conversation too, of why they kept it clean and stuff, what it represents. But anyway, I'm definitely got to go, man. I appreciate you coming on, and you welcome anytime. MK, you got anything? Got any last words?
Nen.
All right, yeah. MK's like, nah, I'm out. All right, so I'm gonna say Shimotep. I appreciate everybody tuned in. I was long with this. I know we got up to quite a few. Man, make sure y'all like the video, and when you get time, go through the archives and just like videos just because they're titles. I don't need watch them. I hope you watch them, but the least. But anyway, so I'm gonna say peace. But and good having you on here.
Thank you, peace.
To say that when you go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You made wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what we call classical studies, we must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Netcher. So the most achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.